Can I have your attention, please? Again, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite someone very special to the stage. Can we all give a round of applause for the winner of this week's 9 Dart Challenge, Jake? You're the winner, mate. You can smile. It's all good. Hope you've prepared your speech. Yeah, it's okay. There we go. Look, ladies and gentlemen, hold it up for your friends. There we go. Jake, the winner of the 9 Dart Challenge, 198. And would you like to say anything to the... you don't, do you? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Jake, come on. Let's go.
drumroll finishes, and the target is hit.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Oh,
James
yes!
Sykes, Tom Sykes.
Stop it! Just stop it!
Danny Jansen, he looked apprehensive, he looked nervous at the beginning of this game, but it's a very professional and solid performance, and by the reaction of Danny Jansen there, he's realised what he's done.
Big dart, big fight,
On the second leg.
and that could be a
Carl
big
Wilkinson.
step in the right direction for Carl Wilkinson.
James on the second leg.
JK is
Jamie
in to
Kelling.
Saturday night.
How many times have we said chance for Usher?
Would have been a heart-stopping moment for Graham Usher, but he can finally say he's through to finals night. Peter Victory is a finalist for double 18. Oh, what a slam dunk that is. It is Saturday night here at the Super Series, coming to you live from the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth, UK. Finals night on week 8 of Series 11, and what a night we have in store. Good evening, welcome along to another Saturday here at the Super Series. We've had thrills and spills and plenty of drama in recent weeks, and tonight shouldn't be any different. A real quality field of players, and thrilled to say that Glenn Durrant is alongside me to watch the action. Glenn, once again, it's looking like it could be a very, very tasty Saturday evening.
Yeah, I think it'll be a cracking night, and I think the one thing I would say is that there's a serious case there that you could make for all 6 players, and I think it will make it a really interesting night.
Right, well, let's show you who those 6 players are. Here is this evening's finals night lineup. Tom Sykes is back for his 10th finals night as a Yorkshireman looks to pick up title number 4. Will the Castleford Tiger pounce tonight? Jason Heaver is back into finals night for the 2nd time in as many attempts. A semi-finalist in Series 10, will Heaver pick up his first weekly title in Series 11? Series 1 runner-up Graham Usher hasn't won a week at the Live Lounge for nearly 3 years. Will the Gambler cash in on a week 8 victory? Danny Jansen returns to the weekly finals, where he'll be looking for his first Super Series title. Hit a 9-darter on Monday. Will he hit the winning double on Saturday? Jamie Kelling tops Group C in style this week with calmness and consistency throughout. Will title number 2 arrive today for JK? And Carl Wilkinson offered some fighting talk earlier in the week. He'll be looking to KO the field en route to victory in week 8. Yeah, really strong lineup once again. Last week it was Dutch Delight for Jimmy Vansky. Could be that for Danny Jansen tonight, but as you said, everybody has got a case this evening.
Yeah, they really have, and there's a real mixture there where they've got their own strengths. You've got some real big hitters, some real big scorers, but you've got a couple of players tonight where their strengths at the back end of legs as well. So there'll be some real classic match play there. We've got people who've just come off the tour, aspiring players to do well. There's a great mixture tonight. I think it's going to be a great night.
Yeah, and I, for one, feel very at home this evening because we just so happen to have 3 Yorkshire players through to finals night. And incidentally, they've all ended up in the same group. That is a strange quirk of fate. Tom Sykes, Graham Usher and Carl Wilkinson, all in that Group 1 pool.
Yeah, there was that little bit of a realisation last night when we realised that Tom Sykes was going to be playing Carl Wilkinson, that if Graham Usher finished second in that Group B, it does make it a fantastic group and very regional. There'll be a lot of pride in that group.
Yeah, we'll talk through the groups more a little later, but let's tell you how they got here this week. So Tom Sykes got in that Group 1 by winning Group A on Wednesday. There was different leaders after every day in the group, but so often the cream rises to the top, and that seems to have been the case for Sykes.
Yeah, I think he was the best player in there. He's a big scorer. Like I said, he's very confident as well, very aggressive player. And like I say, if you can get finishes like this, because you know he's going to always hit the big scores to get him down to finishes. If his doubles go, there's a lot of people in the know who feels he will go all the way tonight.
Yeah, it's his 10th finals night. He carries on reaching the final. In fact, he's reached the final in half of the finals nights he's been at, and 2 of them Champions Night finals as well. He's got some great pedigree here.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about that during the week, that players now just know how to get to Saturday night. And very interesting, I was speaking to Danny Jansen as he came into the building. It feels like a different competition on the Saturday night, and that wonderful crowd played their part as well. So job well done for a lot of them, and that's a fantastic ratio.
Yeah, he played a huge part in a record-breaking Group A as well. Hit the lion's share of maximum 36 of the 137 180s that were hit in Group A, and that beats any other week, any other Group A at the Super Series. And look at that, 4 of them were Champions Weeks. It shows how strong that Group A was this week.
I mean, 36 180s from Tom alone is extraordinary. Just looking a little bit down, I can only see Luke Little with a 39, the majority coming to Champions Week. That was the quality this week, but it wasn't just all about the big scoring, and there were some wonderful finishes as well.
Yeah, when you get that amount of maximums, you're quite likely to get shots at 9-dart finishes, and we got one of those this week as well. Danny Jansen adding his name to the Roll of Honour just a few days after Conan Whitehead added his. You look at that list as well, Glenn, plenty of sort of historic standout ones. Fallon Sherrick, the first woman to hit a 9-darter on TV. That happened here. Steve West and Jared Cole have had 2. Conor Heenahan has had 3. But to get them in such sort of short proximity from each other just shows how often they're happening here, and Danny Jansen has threatened to do it again, hasn't he, this week?
It was a very emotional response when we talked about Conan Whitehead last week, and when you're on the 9-darter, it's roundabout now. When that first one goes, then that element is like, oh no, this is getting interesting now. The 6 one's not so bad. It's when you go back. This is the most difficult dart on the 9-darter. Now you're really confident. Now it's instinct. But watch the reaction. So last week it was the emotion. That was all about that reaction there. I loved it. A really nice young player, probably inspired by Jimmy Vansky last week. And he has tempted another 9-darter this week as well. He's one of those types of players, when the 180s goes, I think he fancies a second.
Yeah, and we've never had one on a Saturday finals night as well, so that would be a real treat for the audience in here this evening. Danny Jansen got through by virtue of Group B, left it late, and he had his work cut out, didn't he, after the first night, winning 2 matches, knew what he needed to do and got the job done in the end.
Great interview with him yesterday, and he knew exactly. He said, I want 3 wins tonight. He did leave it down to the last game, and it was that expectation as well. He played Carl Coleman to go through, but this is what he can do, old-fashioned way of finishing on the 92 there, the double 16. He's got everything, but there was points in that Group B where I thought he could be the guy that missed out, but he showed his quality at the end, and to get through that really tough Group B, it was a job well done. And the 9-dart, he's had a good week so far.
And it was a similar story in Group B for Graham Usher as well. So good in Group A, so close to winning it instead of Tom Sykes, but waited till the very last match in Group B.
I thought he would dominate the group. He's an exceptional player, made for nights like this. Wasn't an easy one though, but he showed his class, and just that one alone. He won 4-0 against Danny in 6 minutes and 1 second. That's what Graham Usher can do. He's an explosive player, and I always say, come Saturday night, that's a wonderful trait to have.
But the man who topped that group was Jason Heaver, and look, he had a real mix. So the first night it was his finishing, the second night it was his scoring. If he puts that all together, he's going to be a real threat this evening.
Yeah, the bookies are never wrong. They made him favourite. I questioned that. He's a quirky player. Some of his decision-making on his finishing was questionable. But when he had that target area, any sort of double, you just felt he would do that. I think there's a real character in there. He comes across as quite solemn when he's on the hockey, but he had a bit of laughter, and there were some strange ways it goes, but he can play darts.
Group C was closely fought between 3 players. Richie Howson ended up missing out. He was pipped at the post by Carl Wilkinson, but it was actually Jamie Kelling's victories over Richie Howson that really made the difference. Kelling winning that group in the end, and look, he's won here before, no reason he can't do it again.
Yeah, before we get into Jamie there, the fact it was the 3 out of the 6 as well made it really interesting. It was the head-to-heads that were really important, and Jamie Kelling, I mean, just look at the scenario there, 3-3 with Howson. Howson's on a finish, 157. That was one of the moments of the week, if not the best finish of the week. Classy guy. We interviewed him. He speaks so eloquently as well. He looks good. And even when they announced his name there, he looks like he's got a decent crowd with him tonight as well. He could be a real dangerous floater tonight.
Yeah, and Carl Wilkinson, I mean, he's had some notable interviews as well. Really wants to make his mark on the Super Series stage. He's through to finals night for the first time. What does he bring to the party?
He was very bullish this week. He's the guy that said, look, I don't think I can hit the 180s with the Kellings, with the Sykes. But when I get down to a 1-1 finish and the others are down to it, that's when he comes into his own. He feels like his strength's at the back of the game. Maybe doing himself a little injustice there. He can hit the 180s for fun when he wants to. He's the type of player that I've wanted to branch out for a long time. He should be on that stage. Proud Yorkshire captain. Yeah, like I said, I could make a case for all of them, Chris.
Yeah, well, as mentioned, it's his first finals night appearance, but that is not the case for the other 5 players in action in this group. Now, look at this record of making it through to finals nights. Graham Usher, Danny Jansen, Jason Heaver have all never failed to make it through to the Saturday, but probably the most impressive one there is Tom Sykes, right? 9 out of 10.
Yeah, we're talking during the week about the players, they know how to get through the groups now, and they know that it's a long week. It can be a war of attrition at times, and that they need to peak come the Saturday night. But they're staggering numbers, because let me tell you, it's very difficult now with the quality of the players that come to the Modus Super Series to get through the group. To do it with those sort of success figures it's brilliant.
Yeah, half of them have won titles as well. The groups that they're in may have an impact. We touched on it earlier, the all Yorkshire group. How will those 3 players be seeing that? Will they see that as a good or a bad thing?
I think in the interviews they'll say, oh, what a great group, just what we wanted. Deep down, I think that's a bit of a nightmare. But for Carl Wilkinson, I'll go back to an interview with him that he did. He went, Yorkshire's not all about Tom Sykes and Graham Usher, you know. There's other players. He was, like I say, he was quite bullish about it. And I think he feels he's got a point to prove, and he's the one that stands out for me in relation to the one I think he'll fancy that group.
Interesting. And in Group 2, do you think there's a player who's a strong favourite to progress?
I don't. Again, without sort of repeating myself, I feel like I can create a case for all 3 of them players. I think it could be just on the night tonight, 3 excellent players who've demonstrated their real qualities this week. Some seriously big scorers there in the Kellings of this world. The Heaver's finishing's been great. The all-round game of Jansen is going to be on the night, and I think that's what makes tonight very exciting.
Well, let's see how the bookies are seeing this evening. They've gone with Tom Sykes as the favourite, 9-4. Jason Heaver second, then Jamie Kelling. Graham Usher, interestingly, 5-1. I think that Glenn's attention maybe got by that. Maybe value there, Carl Wilkinson, and then Danny Jansen at 13-2 outsider. Thoughts on that, Glenn?
They don't often get it wrong. Like I said, I've sat here this week and questioned some of the betting, but Graham Usher's the one that stands out purely because he's so explosive. If he's good, he's great. But, you know, he may need to win games with his B game. That's maybe where he lacks compared to others. Put everything in the mixing pot there. We have got a wonderful night of darts. Yeah,
difficult to predict. Good luck if you're doing that. If you are having a bet, please gamble responsibly. It's 18+. Gambleaware.org. Right, the first match is about to get underway. We're going to see one of those 3 Yorkshire derbies in Group 1 with Tom Sykes taking on Carl Wilkinson in the opener, and Henry Deacon spoke to both men.
Carl, good week for yourself, and finally into a Saturday night. What does it feel like to finally make the show down?
Yeah, I feel great. I think it's been a long time coming. I've watched a few games back. It's still niggling me that I've still not played as I can, but job done. I'm here on Saturday.
Was that the key behind your success this week? Doing the right things at the right time?
Yeah, that is me anyway. I don't think I'm going to blow anybody off board with my scoring, but I feel as though leave me around 70, 80, 90 mark, and I'll take them chances.
So what do you feel like is the difference now? What do you feel like you've got to do to have a good evening this evening? Well,
obviously being drawn in Yorkshire group like I've been drawn in, I know a lot about Tom and Graham. They're fantastic players, both of them. But I'll just try and do what I do and keep on the coattails. And if they give me that chance, take the chance, and that's it.
Is that a help or a hindrance, knowing the other 2?
I don't think it really matters, to be honest with you now. All 6 players are fantastic dart players, so it's irrelevant who you play in that room. I know a lot about Graham and Tom, but I don't think it really matters. Hey,
you've got some biggies under your belt, obviously British Open, Isle of Man Open. How much you'd like to add this to the collection?
Yeah, it'd be fantastic. It's an opportunity. I've got a chance now. I'm 1 at 6. What's got a chance to do it? So I'll give it my best shot.
Go out, wish you all the best, Carl. Good luck tonight.
Thanks a lot.
Tom, here we go. Another finals night for yourself. How much are you looking forward to this evening?
Yeah, again, it's been a really good week again, and hopefully I can get straight out of the traps tonight and get a result first game.
Is it fair to say the story of the week has been about really good scoring? Maybe the doubling could have done with a little bit of tidying up.
Yeah, the doubling's not been great, but I've been like that every week that I've been here, so it's no change to me. But I've been working on it the last couple of days, and hopefully they all go in tonight.
In terms of scoring, is that the most consistent campaign you've had in terms of game in, game out, being in and around it, particularly in the scoring stakes?
Yeah, I've always been a really good scorer, but over this last couple of months, I've been practicing quite a bit and getting my scoring to tip top where it should be, and it's finally paying off.
Back into Saturday. This is kind of your domain, isn't it? A Saturday evening here at the Super Series.
Yeah, like I always say, I love playing in front of a crowd. Through the week, it's really quiet in here, and but on a Saturday night, it gets loud quite a bit. So hopefully, there's a fair few people behind me tonight.
So last week, Jimmy made it 4 weekly wins. Early on in the series, Scott Taylor made it 4 weekly wins. A win for you tonight. You join yourself on that particular figure. You've also not gone back-to-back series without making a Champions Week since your debut. Is that, first of all, in terms of that record, how much pride do you have in that? Yeah,
when I first started watching this, like it's 18 months ago, whatever it was, and before I got my first invite, I've always been down here and I've always been trying my hardest to get through. And for me, to win 1 week is a massive achievement for me, but to win 3, possibly 4 tonight, hopefully I go all the way again.
What do you think the keys are behind success tonight for you?
Just keep doing what I'm doing, just maybe a few more doubles, and I think I'll be all right.
Wish you all the best. Go well. Good luck, Tom.
Cheers, mate.
Now it's about getting the job done.
Two eights. It's Sykes' night on the South Coast. Found the first double 19. Found the second double 18. Well, that's how you punish. Plenty of time from here to take out the open leg quite routinely on throw. He's got a history of 170s here, and he's going to kick his week off with one. What a start.
It isn't! Of the Week 1 Modus Super Series champion!
Right then, let's get this darty party started, shall we, with those two Yorkshiremen on the stage. Tom Sykes, a favourite to take tonight's title, and he's taking on the Yorkshire captain, Carl Wilkinson, here at finals night for the first time in his Super Series career. He's been determined to get there, and he's finally got the chance to show his skills in front of the audience here at the Live Lounge. But Sykes will take some beating. He's been runner-up in 2 entire series, and he's made the final in half of the finals nights that he's been to. The Castleford Tiger takes on the Tyke from Barnsley, Carl Wilkinson. As I said, 5th appearance, first finals night, and getting off to a good start could be imperative. Talking you through the action for this one and all evening, it is Glenn Durrant alongside Henry Deacon.
Thank you, Chris. Very good evening, everybody. And it is a Saturday night where everybody has got proven experience before. Maybe not in this building, but somewhere or another, every single player in this field has done something tangible, something of note. Sometimes the rhetoric when it comes to an evening like this is, does the experience trump perhaps inexperience? But it's most certainly a night where all 6 players know they've got a bona fide opportunity of making it through to a Champions Week. Tom Sykes goes off as the 9-4 favourite. He was the favourite for Dartmoor's throne this week. He was 3-1 on with the Oz compiler to make it through
93.
to what would be a 4th Champions Week and become the 3rd player in this series to make it through to 4 Champions Weeks. After Scott Taylor and Jimmy Van Schie last week did something similar,
140.
but he takes on his fellow Yorkshireman Carl Wilkinson in the opening game of the night. Glenn Durrant alongside me in commentary for what could be a Saturday night which could deliver in quality and drama.
Yes, let's change it to the White Rose Super Series because
100.
what a Group 1 this is. 3 Yorkshire players, all very different skills and abilities, different personalities.
114.
And
Carl
Carl Wilkinson,
161.
a proud Yorkshire captain. And both players looking comfortable already on the stage. He did say, Henry, he feels he's the best
80.
finisher.
Tommy Raquan,
And the
96.
stats prove that this week.
The stats do, but against Tom Sykes, you're going to have to keep with him to a certain extent when it comes to the
56.
scoring.
Carly
He leaves
McGuire,
himself on
81.
top. But these are the types of finishes that all week Carl Wilkinson has been picking apart.
We spoke too soon, or did we?
65. Tommy
Doesn't
Raquan,
take, and so
40.
Sykes is back for free. We're at top to take the opening leg of the evening. Double 10. Double 5. Dress
No
wide
score.
and presents
Carly
Wilkinson
McGuire,
with a
60.
tangible break chance.
Both look really comfortable in the scoring phase. An element of disappointment when Wilkinson
Game
missed that
on the
double
first
16.
leg.
Didn't
Carl
expect that
Wilkinson.
second chance. And it's Silky Wilkie.
Second leg, it's Cole to throw first.
Well, when you have a look at
Game
the 6 players this evening, statistically, 5 of them you can't really pick apart. But Tom Sykes has been the standout, highest average of the week by a good few points, 91.1.
140.
His numbers over the course of the 3 days, 15 games that he played in Group A. But if there was a blot, it was his
88.
finishing, less than 30%. The only player less than 30% in terms of their finishing, 29.5, right? As Glenn rightly said, Carl Wilkinson has been the outstanding finisher, 44.93%. He's finishing 31 hits from 69 attempts at a double. And it is one of those quintessential contests as to what outweighs the other. Is it big
140.
scoring and more opportunities, or is it that guy who gets that one chance, that one opportunity?
26.
Wonderful crowd in again tonight. We did mention it was
95.
one of the most special atmosphere that we had when Jimmy won it last week. But look at that. People just coming down. Lots of plethora of Tom Sykes shirts in the audience as well. So they've travelled a long way down from Yorkshire.
But they won't be liking what they're seeing so far.
138.
It might be now.
Carly Raquan, 96.
But as we mentioned, it was an 81 finish in the previous leg. These are the types of finishes if Wilkinson's going to win it tonight. It was one data double 16 in the first leg.
Tommy Raquan,
One data
40.
tops in the second, but he did return.
Is he going to be afforded the same luxury
Game
this time
on the
around? No
second
is the
leg.
answer. 14
Tom
data.
Sykes.
Sykes breaks back. One apiece.
Third leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
His record here, Tom Sykes, is nothing short of outstanding. As I mentioned in the interview with him before this game got underway,
44.
since his debut here in Series 5, he has not gone back-to-back appearances here without winning something. He's had consecutive wins here,
85.
but every single time that he plays here, 1 in 2 occasions, he will win the week. If he wins tonight, it will be Champions Week appearance number 4 for the Castleford Tiger.
133.
Yes, nothing on my records about head-to-head between them, but they've probably crossed swords in Yorkshire, Yorkshire Super League, etc.
41.
But we interviewed Carl this week, and he sounded really bullish, didn't he? He said, Yorkshire Dart isn't all about Tom Sykes. I felt like he
82.
really wanted to make a statement tonight.
Well, if you actually look at Carl Wilkinson's CV, his last 12 months, in terms of what he has won, has been better than Tom Sykes. Now, Tom Sykes has been playing the better darts. The numbers
96.
prove that. But in 2024, he won the Isle of Man Open and he won the British Open, 2 of the biggest events on the WDF calendar. Had a decent run at the Lakeside, got through to the
100.
last 16. So actually, in terms of results, he's had a better time of it recently. But because Tom Sykes' victories and successes have been in front of cameras in competitions like this, where perhaps there's a little bit more of a spotlight. That is why he's getting just that little bit more attention.
And that experience will help. He'll go to the centre of the board. 65 points left. I think what he's thinking, he doesn't need to go because there was the
80.
Potential of it in the bullseye. And that's when it can get really awkward. The fact it's gone into 3, 62 means this leg's not over. And Wilkinson has put pressure on this.
62.
These are the types of finishes in this match.
It's been a game played in moments so far.
44 points left. There's the big number of a double 16. They're
Game
getting these one dart at a double.
Tom
Wilkinson
Sykes.
missed a couple. No such problem from Tom Sykes. He lost the opening leg, but
Full flag,
bounced
it's
back
Cole to
nicely.
throw first. Game on.
He's a player now that knows and believes that he should be a top-level operator. I remember speaking to Tom the first couple of times he played here. That's his dad. He's a right character. But the first couple of times he was here, he almost not felt like a lottery winner, but somebody that thought, this is very esteemed company, should I be here? But as soon as he made that Champions Week, and as soon as he got to that final of Champions Week, he realised he could play this game. And he has just grown in confidence ever since. And everything has just manifested so positively for him over the course of the last 16, 17 months since that first win. There's one of the proudest dads in the building who is being gaslit by somebody else.
I was just saying, it looked like a sign to me, Henry. He's just saying to him, why did he put that? I was going to be on telly. He by gum.
96.
Did you like the Yorkshire accent there, did you? You're not very good at accents, are you?
Let's move on. Wilkinson with that 140
140.
leaves himself on a 2-darter. Sykes can only try and apply pressure and hope that it's a Wilkinson miss.
Well, we saw last week that you don't really want to start the night with a defeat, and a heavy defeat. It's almost going to put pay. But this looks like a tight game. It seems to be one dart for Wilkinson every leg. Remember, leg 1, he had a dart at double 16.
Game shot.
Now he's rectified that. That's
Wilkinson.
the types of finishing that Wilkinson's been doing really well this week.
Well, opportunities have been in sparse supply so far, but when opportunity has not, Carl Wilkinson's been able to open the door. But you just get the sense that Tom Sykes has still got gears to go through, and maybe he's just beginning to put his foot on the throttle.
And maybe, just maybe, the fact he's got the darts in this game could be crucial. He has the firepower. I think if we talked about the strengths of these two players, and in the words of Carl Wilkinson,
42.
His strengths at the back of the legs. But for Tom, you expect him to hit big 180s. But I think he undersold himself. He can play. He can score big.
100. $133.
Me and Trina were talking in the week, and you just get the sense when Tom Sykes has that quiver of the bottom lip, that John Part-esque snarl, that's when you know he really is in tune and in business. And he's being forced to be in tune and in business here.
We'll have more of this tonight. We said it's going to be a real crack and a real belter of a night. This opening game has proven it. It may take something really special tonight. But the 164 is not going to come, and Sykes will be back to regain the lead.
Yeah, really good contest this. Both players averaging 93 and change. But Sykes has an opportunity to put himself one away if he can pin this 50. Well, he's busted. And is that the key turning point in the contest?
84.
Well, I could say unlucky, but a man of that skill, you're almost at your brain is thinking of that double 16, and this would hurt. It's double 11, big dart, big player, big Wilco.
Carl Wilkinson.
Well, the Castleford Tigers being put to the sword now. An unforced error from Tom Sykes has been punished to the hilt. And now the favourite to win tonight.
Game on.
Has got his back against the wall, and it is nail-biting stuff.
And for Wilkinson, he just took his time, just took the sting out of it. The crowd are enthralled. That's a little bit of experience there from the Yorkshire captain.
99.
And the skipper is doing well. Great crowd, as we mentioned there. They're enjoying every single dart right now.
And the good players play for Yorkshire. Very good players captain Yorkshire. You think of Yorkshire darts, you think John Walton, Dennis Priestley,
174.
world champions that have been there and done it. And Glenn Durrant.
Unbeaten for Yorkshire.
57.
I'll tell you what, Carl Wilkinson is making a statement. And once again, I go back to that interview. He wanted Sykes. And I'm not so sure Sykes really fancied playing Wilkinson when he was talking like that. Who saw this coming?
96.
He hasn't really recovered from the bust on the 50, has he, Tom Sykes? And Carl Wilkinson has got all the time and space he needs. That's why he could afford to start upstairs on the 129. Hasn't cleaned it up as well as he would have liked, but it doesn't really matter because Tom Sykes is nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, 3 trebles is what he needed.
128.
And that, as good as it is, there's not enough time on the side for Wilkinson. Plenty of time to think of what route he's going to go. He won't panic just yet. But treble 10.
32.
He's making a bit of a hash of this, but if you had said to him, Henry, at the beginning of the game, you've got 52 points to win it, he'd have said, yes, please.
Well, the shake on the head isn't a resignation for
50.
Tom Sykes, but he may well know that his fate could be sealed in a couple of moments' time. Well, Carl Wilkinson provided the fighting talk before a dart was thrown this evening. And he lands the knockout punch on Tom Sykes.
Carl Wilkinson.
And the favourite to win this evening's off to a losing start. The Castleford Tigers going to have to beat Graham Usher if he's to stand any chance of making it through to 4th Champions Week. Carl Wilkinson has fancied the task for the very first dart, and that is a big win for the Swords. An average of 91. The key turning point is Tom Sykes busted 50 to move himself 3-2 to the good. Wilkinson took his chance and he takes the opening game of the night. Coming up after the break, Jason Heaver takes on Danny Jansen. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Well, before the break, something of an upset as Carl Wilkinson got the better of Tom Sykes in the opening match in Group 1 here at finals night of Week 8 of Series 11. Tom Sykes is going to have to beat Graham Usher in his next and final group game to have a chance of qualifying for the semi-finals. He's got such a good record of doing that as well. But Wilkinson with a fantastic start, winning that match 4-2. We now turn our attention to Group 2, where Jason Heaver will take on the Dutchman Danny Jansen, and Henry Deacon spoke to both players a little earlier.
Jason, another Saturday for yourself here at the Super Series. How would you assess your performances in Group B?
I think I played pretty well during the week. Some good outshots, hitting doubles as well. So yeah, really happy with the way I played.
Really tough group, really tight group. Did you feel like on the opening night you needed to get those opening viewers just to set your stall out a little bit?
I was just happy to come in the top 3. So top in the group. No, absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
How was the preparation coming into this? Because there hasn't been too much by way of form in 2025. Obviously, we've seen you play on the WDS circuit, but maybe not playing as much darts as you usually do.
I just do the ADC. I run a money league, that's it. So yeah, don't really do much practice at all, really.
So this is just like a bit of a bonus, really, isn't it?
No, it's good. Enjoy this. It's better to play the better players. It brings your game out, so no, it's good.
So back into another Saturday. Last time you here, you got through to the semi-finals. How much do you like to try and get a couple of steps further this evening?
It would be nice to get a little bit further than that. Yeah, no, definitely.
What would winning one of these mean to you?
I don't know, really. No, it'd be really brilliant. It'd be brilliant.
We wish you all the very best. Good
No,
luck
thank you very
tonight,
much.
Jason. Thank you.
Cheers.
Top man. Danny, you don't like doing things the easy way, do you? That was a little bit more tetchy than perhaps you expected it to be last night.
I mean, it was hard, of course, but it's a hard week. It has been a hard groups, Group A, Group B. It has been tough, and I think I played well. I think I did my thing. Yesterday, I know what I had to do, and I got it over the line, and that's all that matters to me.
Was that just the key? Just getting the job done? Doesn't matter if it looks pretty or not, whether you play well or not, just getting into Saturday no matter what.
Yeah, I just want to keep going to Saturday, just keep it going, and now 3 out of 3, so that's what I was going for, of course, too. But I just wanted to get the job done, and I think I did. And I think I did a pretty good games. I saw it was a lot 90s, 89, but yeah, it's just what I'm happy with. And if I do that tonight too, then yeah, we can have a fun night. Who knows?
Record here is a good one. What do you think the secret is behind that?
I just think I'm comfortable. That's all. I'm enjoying it. I enjoy having all the laughs with you all, and just be myself and throw what I can, and yeah, hopefully then tonight maybe the new key will unlock. Who knows?
9 dart was quite nice on Monday, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, it was really good for sure.
Into this evening now, you've had a couple of appearances on a Saturday, not quite got through to the jackpot matches of yet. Is third time the charm?
First time I didn't got out of the group. Second time I make it into the semis. So let's make it into the final tonight.
And then see what happens from there.
Let's see what happens from there.
And I hear Dad Marco's here this evening.
Dad Marco's here. Our really good buddy Bat is over here too. And they both have mothers too. So Miller Arnie, I'm coming.
It's going to be like 1980s Australia in here tonight.
100%. Yeah, that will be fun.
Wish you all the very best, Danny. Go well tonight.
Thank you very much.
But that's an even better effort, a 4-0 victory there.
Tops for the Dutchman.
Game shot.
Brilliant check out. Well, Danny Jansen, what a finish that is, what a response to square it up. Yeah, it's been an eventful week here at the Live Lounge for Danny Jansen. That brilliant 9-dart finish on Monday, setting this place alight. He's been a really entertaining watch, and watching him there is his dad, Marco. Marco and the Mullets leading the band of Danny Jansen fans this evening. Jason Heaver will have his own army of supporters in here as well. Tsunami looking to go, well, at least one better than last time he was here when he reached the semi-finals. He takes on Jansen in the opener of Group 2. Heaver, 50 years of age, from Newbury, not too far away. And as I mentioned in the last series, a semi-final appearance. Danny Jansen, 23, twice has made it through to the weekly finals. Both men looking to pick up their first title this evening. And with that, I will hand you back to our top two in the commentary box. Glenn Durrant alongside Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. Game number 2 of the evening, and two players that have become well acquainted with one another. Danny Jansen and Jason Heaver. For Danny, a third time here, a third finals night appearance. He is seemingly getting the knack of the Super Series, whilst Jason Heaver, well, this is pretty much the basis of his darts, not playing much in terms of Challenge Tour. He's had a little dabble in the WDF and the ADC, but if we're going to judge his performances this year, we're going to judge his performances based on what he does in this building. These two have already met a couple of times in Group B. One apiece in the 45. Personal head-to-head. Thursday's meeting won by Jason. Last night's meeting won by Danny. This set and poised very firmly.
93.
Yeah, they have met away from the Modus Super Series as well, going all the way back to 2022, and that was a real close game, 6-5. So if you put all that together, this could be a tight game. Already been a superstar, a surprise defeat for Tom Sykes. He's got work to do. But this Group 2, Henry,
60.
And I said before the show, you can make a case for all three of them. Very quirky throw is Jason Heaver. Some of his finishing was questionable, but when he had that double to hit him in that target area that he needed,
100.
He really shone. He impressed me, and was a Group B was tough, and he top of the table of that's got to give him confidence for tonight.
Well, it certainly will. It's been, by his own admission, a little bit in and out. He didn't quite know where the form guy was going to be, but he's happy enough with the way he's playing. Two players that actually, if you break down their
94.
weeks, 88.0 on average for Jason Heaver. Danny Jansen hasn't quite had the scoring prowess, but has been able to finish off legs a little bit better. But as Heaver got the first haymaker, he's not going to fire the 136, so Jansen back for an early break opportunity.
118, Danny, required 58.
We saw in the first game the importance of these two dart finishers. Doesn't have the problem that Tom Sykes, who bust on this type of finish. Perfect marker.
18.
And in these best of sevens,
18.
they can be punished quickly.
Game showing the first
double line
leg.
is found, and Jason Heaver wins the opening leg. Well, let's talk a little bit more in depth then with Jason. The 50-year-old, as I say, his stats of the week, 88.01, his overall average, 32% in terms of his doubling, as Danny Jansen nails a 180. There's Carl Coleman. Well, he had a bit of a trying week of it at times, didn't he? But I can imagine, Glenn, you've been in his corner. He's probably better for the experience.
Oh, no, he doesn't feel... He's heartbroken at the moment, but I think one day it might take him a long time. He'll realise that it'll make him a better player. There he is there. He loves being here, and he feels really let down with the way he performed. But
45.
He was up against some top players, including a pair of them on your Rocky right now. And for a lot of people, Danny Jansen, the real offence. He's one of those players, Henry, when that first treble 20 goes, you'd expect the rest to follow.
He does know he can sit down, Carl Coleman, doesn't he?
No seats left.
180. Danny required 96.
318's in the leg.
Wonderful scoring.
Well, Jansen's left himself on 60 after 12. Had a couple of darts to break in the opening leg. Now looking to hold throw and level things up at one apiece. Tonight has had a real sense of nip and tuck so far. Nothing is coming easy for anybody at any point.
Game on the second leg.
We are back on terms in this second contest. There's Rohan Bowers making his debut this week. Very much enjoyed
Jason to throw first.
his experience here alongside Dad Marco, who is very much enjoying his time in Portsmouth as well.
He didn't enjoy it last night, though. Got
85.
stuck with some local vagrant.
A local what?
57.
Don't highlight the mistake.
That's 1-1 this week, Glenn. 1-1.
I've actually gone red here.
60.
Well, Danny Jansen is a ice-cool character. Yeah, we saw that explosion of emotion as he hit
56.
the 9 darts on Monday, but he's somebody that's very good at just keeping it in check, keeping his emotions in as one and not letting things get the better of him.
83.
And I think that's where it's a success for Jason Heaver. He doesn't look like the type of player to overthink things. I think he just keeps the game very simple, a very old-fashioned
85.
style player. So, clash of skills, ability, attributes, and like I said, it's very, very difficult to separate these two.
Well, nothing separating them in terms of the scoreline. Both players
61.
averaging 82 at this present moment in time. This has a sense of a game that's going to go all 7 legs.
57.
Big chance for Heaver. Already been 3 180s in this match. That excellent passage of play in the previous leg. What he'd give for a 180 now.
140.
He'll take that.
$60. Jason, you're
He's going to get 6 darts on this 72 to move 2-1 in front. Jansen hasn't quite found that scoring radar in this leg, and so this a comfortable passage towards a holder throw. He's going to get a dart at tops, and he's going to get 3 more when he comes back.
Yeah, I was about to say those types of finishes he's been brilliant at, but he will be back. No dramas and no pressure really coming back whatsoever. So time on the side for Heaver.
And we have seen these types of legs from Danny Jansen this week, and Jason Heaver punishes to the hilt to open up a 2-1 lead. A man of immense quality, won his tour card during COVID, played in the 2022 PDC World Darts Championship, has won on the Ali Pali stage, beat our good friend Gordon Mathers, who was actually the first ever spotter here at the Super Series when we were in a previous studio in Southampton, 3-1, before then losing to Danny Noppert by that particular scoreline in round 2 of the competition. Danny's also made an appearance at
56.
Alexandra Palace. That was on the back of a season where he won a Pro Tour title, also being the 2022 season. As far as Danny's year is concerned, has made a final on the Challenge Tour, but that's the only real dent that he's made so far this campaign. Lost 5-1 to Stefan Belmont in Challenge Tour 5. Tournament saw him beat the likes of Danny Van Tripe, Jurgen van der Velde, Kevin Burnett, Adam Mold, Ital. I'm sure his dad was very proud of that achievement, but everything else so far this season hasn't quite worked maybe to the level that we saw from him last year.
Well, I think he admitted in that interview as well, he's a father now, but he is seeing the Modus Super Series as a real springboard, the catalyst. His eyes are on January already. He's planning his attack to be at Q School and to be at his best. He wants to have that feeling of winning players' championships again. And let's look at the story of Bradley Brooks this week as Jansen looks at this 1-1-3 for parity. Can't do it this time, but he can leave it pretty.
Well, we've seen it Pat 4-1-5-7s this week. We saw Jamie Kelling win a game with this finish. Is he going to change the game with this particular outshot? Double top. Well, he's taking his time. Oh, he's miscarried. I think he thought he had 1-6-7.
That doesn't surprise me.
60.
If you haven't been with us this week, where have you been, by the way? But I'm going to come back to that finish in the next leg because that can make the difference. This is a big dart, not only to get level, but this will knock the stuffing out of Jason Heaver.
50.
Jason Heaver, but Jansen couldn't pounce.
30.
Well, they can scarcely look.
It's double 15, Jason.
Game show on the
well, all's well but ends well.
Jason
and that
Heaver.
a sigh of relief because that could have so badly have gone wrong for Jason Heaver.
I'm just going to take you back to that Group B campaign that he topped the table in.
Game on.
And at the beginning of the show, I said there were some questionable decisions that he made. At one point on 88 finish, Henry, he went for treble 17 to leave 37. So he's made some... Now that's telling me that he's not as match sharp because a dart player just plays on rhythm. You see a number, you go, and it's almost like he just needs to sort himself out there. But that was nearly a catastrophe for going for the bullseye. I thought he was on 1-6-7.
140.
Would have been one of the most dramatic busts of a shot that we've ever seen here at the Super Series if he was to hit the bullseye.
96.
In some respects, his inaccuracy actually gave him that opportunity to put things right.
Yeah, very likeable person is Danny Jansen.
26.
And he knew exactly what he wanted to do in Group A and Group B. He knew what he wanted to do tonight. It's almost like he's a
89.
huge fan of the Modus Super Series, but losing this game, as we look at Rohan Brower, who played his part this week, not only losing this match, but to lose it 4-1, it's difficult to bounce back from that.
Well, automatically qualify. He's got to win his next game 4-0. Then his next game is against Jamie Kelling.
The next game on the stage will be the return of Carl Wilkinson, and the first time we see tonight, Graham Usher. It's Barnsley versus Scarborough.
It's like a game in Rugby League 2nd Division. Heaver looking at 110. Now, 95 remaining. Not to be. And so Jansen has a pop shot at 96. And a pop shot that he's going to have to take.
And it's not the fact he's not understanding his finishes
94.
there. It's the fact it's ruining his rhythm. But that treble 20 is a super dart for Heaver. But that's another beauty. This has to go.
78.
Well, he was trying to use that first dart at double 18 as a guide just to nudge off the barrel. He's unable to do so. And so Heaver back for the match, back for double 8. And gets double 8. And gets himself off to a winning start. A 4-1 victory for Jason Heaver against Danny Jansen. You can see the puff of the cheeks on the mullet. He knew there was a big opportunity there to level the game at 2-2 after Heaver miscounted on the 157. He was unable to do that. He was able to smile about that particular error. Now the job's done. And that is how he got the job done. Average just under 86, 4 from 7 in terms of his finishing. And a 4-1 win against Danny Jansen. Coming up after the break, Carl Wilkinson takes on Graham Usher.
.54. Charlie McGuire, 164. .44. .32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
.26. Charlie
Time on his
McGuire,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
.40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
McGuire,
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires 79.
This is it. It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
.59. Charlie
Threw the entire
McGuire,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where if you've just joined us, well, you're an hour late. Don't do that next week, 7:30 the start time. But this is what's happened so far. Carl Wilkinson, a 4-2 winner against Tom Sykes in Group 1. Jason Heaver before the break getting a 4-1 victory over the Dutchman Danny Jansen, who's going to need to win his next game against Jamie Kelling. Carl Wilkinson, though, he can put himself through to the semi-finals with victory, or even just 3 legs against Graham Usher in the next Group 1 game. Usher out to bat for the first time this evening, and he spoke to Henry Deacon earlier on.
Graham, another weekly campaign here, another Saturday night. What would be your thoughts and assessment of the week up to press?
I thought I played okay the first few days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Struggled Thursday morning, and then Friday, evening and Friday evening. It was just so warm on that stage. But glad to get the job done after a slow start. And yeah, like I say, it's good to get back onto finals night.
So the conditions are a little bit tricky out there. The fact it's another evening session tonight, the fact it's been really warm today, the fact there's going to be a crowd in there. Do you feel like you've almost kind of acclimatised to that heat element over the last couple of days?
Yeah, I don't know if you ever get used to that. It's warm up there. I think it was 29 last night when I looked at it at the last game. I played Paul Logan. So yeah, it's just try and keep cool as you can. Plenty of fluids. So yeah, see how it goes.
But in terms of performances, you must feel like that A game is ready to search out for you. We've seen some consistent stuff, and obviously we saw that game between you and Tom earlier on in the week.
Yeah, the game's definitely there. I've definitely got my throwback. I'm feeling more confident. The 180s, I've always been a big scorer. I lost that over the last year or so, and they seem to have come back touch wood. So you will see what happens. It's going to be tough, very tough, but fellow Yorkshire people in the group, so that should be interesting.
Looking forward to that little dynamic.
Absolutely, can't wait.
You mentioned that things are just beginning to click back into place. What do you think that the kind of magic touch has been behind that?
Playing more regular, coming off losing my tour card and being able to play more things, got my game back a little bit more. Yeah, and enjoying it again. So when I enjoy it, I'm dangerous, but like, you know, there's another 5 great players in there, so someone's going to have to play the best to win it overall.
Just finally, you can make a bit of history tonight. It'd be the biggest gap between Champions Week appearances if you were to win the season. You played in the first one. How much you'd like to do it again in Series 11?
Yeah, I'd love to. Why not? You know, we're all here for the same reason. So, yeah, it'd be great to come back and play the finals. So, yeah, we'll see what happens.
Wish you all the best. Graham, good luck.
Thanks, Henry. Thanks.
To 4. This is how tight this is because they've double 6 scored. It's all changes again. Whole horizon at one point there.
Finds the treble 20. Will stay there. So the bullseye. Oh, and he finds it. What a shot out by Graham Usher. A 130 check out.
Yeah, the gambler hoping to land the jackpot this evening. The weekly jackpot, of course, £5,000 at the Modus Super Series. And then the winner of that gets a chance to play for the Series Grand Prize of £25,000. And Carl Wilkinson has done a good job tonight of putting a foot in the semi-finals with that great win over Tom Sykes. 3 legs here would be enough for Wilkinson to go through to the semis. Graham Usher can actually qualify if he wins this match 4-0, but of course will have his second game against Tom Sykes coming up a little later in this all Yorkshire group. But the question now is whether or not Wilkinson can put the gambler to the sword and get the job done. To find out, Henry Deacon alongside Glenn Durrance.
First leg, it's Cole to throw first. Game on!
Thank you very much, Chris. And £5 to win tonight. Did you say 25 grand for the week for 2 Yorkshiremen? We know how tight they are, Henry, don't we? What a wonderful start to the night for Carl Wilkinson. He looked extremely focused and to beat Tom Sykes, who looked really disappointed. But
100.
Graham Usher, very explosive player. We witnessed the game this week, which he won in 4-0 against Danny Jansen in 6 minutes. That's the type of game that he has, a heavy scorer.
60.
I think he's a great front runner, Henry, so that's something to look at. I think Carl Wilkinson will use all his nows and his board management and match play experience that he has. But yeah, again, looking forward to this. Owen Binks is a goat.
Carl Wilkinson piles in the game's first maximum. Graham's got 4 members of his family, friends in the auditorium this evening, making the trip down from Scarborough this afternoon as Carl gets off to a quick start. Remember, he needs 3 legs to make it through to the semi-finals, and if he takes this first leg, it means that Graham Usher, irrespective of what happens in this match, will go down to his game against Tom Sykes for qualification.
92.
I thought there might be 180s in this game, but I felt there would have come from Graham Usher. This is a wonderful start from Wilkinson. Usually so dependable on the double.
Carl Wilkinson.
14 dart holder throw. He means business tonight, and I think in that Yorkshire group, he was probably the one name where not as much as the headline act as the Sykes.
140.
Well, sometimes in sport, talk can be cheap. But Carl Wilkinson set his stall out from the very get-go on Thursday.
85.
To his credit, he has spoken a good game, played a good game. And when you're playing the gambler, the cards need to be right. You need to have a good game to get the better of him.
Why have you gone all Bruce Forsyth? Good game, good game. Do I need to understand that?
Cards. Play your cards right.
Got you.
Come on, Glenn, get with it.
I thought you were talking Usher scene. I was going to say good. Yeah. That worked on Thursday night. It hasn't worked since.
99.
Moving on. Usher looking at 140 to level this game up at 1 apiece. Can't be done now.
60.
I think the mindset for Carl Wilkinson on 218 is that 80 is probably a finish that Graham Usher will get.
80.
But not enough pressure from Wilkinson. And Usher is dynamite.
Second leg.
14 darts to level this game up at 1 apiece. Well, Carl does know that he can just do his business on throw if he so wants to. He's got the darts and the odd-numbered legs, and he wins those odd-numbered legs, and he goes and wins this match. And maybe he doesn't have to win the game to get through to the semi-final. 3 holes of throw will be good enough for him to make it into the final 4 a little bit later on this evening.
You often wax lyrical about Graham Usher. You've got it bad.
Well, there is the Graham Usher contingent in the auditorium this evening. In terms of his week, average just under the 90 mark, 89.58 is average. Is doubling decent as well, 77 out of 216 attempts hit. 35.65% ratio, 41 80s for the week, and 9 ton plus checkouts. The biggest of which are 130.
69.
Just the first real wobble there for Carl Wilkinson. He's been solid as a rock so far tonight, and that's 83. The kind of pressure that Graham Usher can do to you. He's pretty fierce when he's playing behind you. Just expect him when he gets on the roll to be scoring big. Cracking dart from Wilkinson. After that score,
100.
And you can see what it means to him. Look at the determination in the face.
And look, this is a man that knows what it's like to be at the sharp end of tournaments, but so does Graham Usher. Finalists at the World Seniors at the Circus Tavern back in February, made his first big major final here in October 2022 when he lost to Conan Whitehead in the inaugural Super Series Champions Week final.
To take the lead for the first time in this match. His doubles are looking good, and that's a scary thought for the other players. We expect him. As we look at this,
full flag, it's
Joe Usher, his biggest fan. But that's a scary thought, Henry. We know this is what he does. We can expect lots of these. But if he's hitting his doubles as well, does Usher now become the favourite tonight?
Well, he's got that X-Factor quality, hasn't he, Graham Usher? And he's also got that game that can just go top at any moment. We saw that incredible game between him and Tom Sykes on Tuesday afternoon, where both players were averaging in excess of 105.
He's been on the TV more tonight than he was when he played.
I hear Carl Coleman's got his bags packed, hasn't he, for his trip back this evening?
Yes, we've got a long drive home tonight.
60.
But we love being in Portsmouth, and large contingent, as we said, coming from Yorkshire, which is fantastic to see. We've seen the plethora of shirts with Tom Sykes on. We've just saw the family of Graham Usher. It's a long journey, but it's well worth it. It's just a wonderful experience now being at the Super Series.
56.
I say, do you reckon he's going to have a kip in the car on the way back home tonight? But I can imagine a couple of conversations with Uncle Glenn will probably do the trick, won't it?
I did, honestly. I'm quite impressed. It's took you game 3 of the night before you start ripping me to shreds. Ronnie Baxter approves.
121.
Decent enough setup, even if the last dart was a bit of a mistray from Usher. Needs himself on a 2-dart to open up a 3-1 lead. If Wilkinson cannot find the 110, double 18 would have been for a skin saver for the sword.
Require 85.
Just a cracking night of darts every time these type of finishes go. We expect it. Double 5 for a big lead.
80.
Missed opportunity for Usher.
Require 36.
So Usher has missed darts to go 2 legs clear. Wilkinson to break back, and now he has the darts in his hand to send himself through to the semi-finals. Remember, only 3 legs is required for him to make it into the final 4, and he has the opportunity to do exactly that here.
Do you think he knows that?
Game on.
Because he's the one player with the least experience of a Saturday night here. He would have a plus leg ratio, which means on a Saturday night,
77.
that's enough to get you through to the semi-finals based on that win over Tom Sykes in the opener.
180.
So that maxi number 2 for Graham Usher, his average is just underneath the ton mark. He is splendid, actually.
100.
Anyway, when do I have the conversation about the pay rise?
$140.
However, he can't afford to make a mistake for the rest of the night, and neither too can these players.
Money magic, aren't you? You've always got to bring your wages into
59.
it. 7 houses everybody's got. Still looking for a pay rise. There might be a pay rise for one of these tonight. Just a reminder, $5,000 to the winner. This really competitive. And players are really excelling tonight. And this man in your picture, Carl Wilkinson, is a leg away for qualification to the semi-finals.
87. Graham, you require 140.
Well, these big finishes haven't really been threatened. Well, the only time it has been threatened this evening is when the player actually miscounted what they were left on.
Yeah, a bit disappointed. He went for a bullseye in the previous leg, hit the 1 to leave the 85. This time, that last dart creeps into the 5. Carl Wilkinson.
85.
He'll take that.
Graham,
he looks a slightly disappointed, but for 93 points would be for qualification. Will he get a chance? 76 points left here. Options.
And he goes double 19, double 19, and the
57.
second one kisses the wire, but this is qualification
93.
point for Carl Wilkinson.
You cannot believe it. We had to look twice. He's gone aggressive. What a dart that is. This is to go in the semi-finals. Carl Wilkinson is through the quarter, and that fist pump tells me he knows exactly that. Now, I'll say to you, Henry, before a dart was thrown tonight, the majority would have said Sykes and Usher to qualify from 1.
Well, the bookies suggested that. Sykes went off 94 favourite, Usher 5-1 4th favourite. Carl Wilkinson was 11-2 fifth outsider. Only Danny Jansen they thought had less of a chance of winning tonight. But there is also a possibility here that if Carl Wilkinson wins this match, that the game between Usher and Sykes in Game 5 is a direct shootout to see who stays on.
And I guess for the neutral, that ain't a bad thing. I mean, even if it's the case of if Usher wins here, there's still opportunities there for Tom Sykes.
85.
We felt it was going to be an exciting night, an explosive night.
123.
Scrumptious darts.
Well, plenty of food for thought for Graham Usher at this present moment in time.
96.
Impressed with Wilkinson tonight. The problem when you've got that qualification already, maybe that adrenaline which seems to be seeing him through tonight.
70.
He looks the most focused. And surprisingly, he's the one with the least experience. They look nervous.
I think he could do with a treble here, unable to find it. So
85.
Usher may feel like he's got a little bit of breathing space on this 85.
Game
That's a
shot
14
and
darter, which takes us all
Graham
the way
Usher.
to a last leg decider. And all of a sudden, they're a little bit more happy
Seventh
about
and final leg. It's
what
Cole
their
to
man
throw
is
first.
doing.
Game on.
A real focused look on the face of Graham Usher. He knows that he could put his destiny into his own hands if he can win this game, because it means that his match against Tom Sykes isn't a direct shooter. He may be able to have a little bit of wiggle room in that contest.
121.
Yeah, I've had this conversation recently. You don't want to go into a match where you need 3 legs. I think the mindset is just win or lose,
100.
please. Whatever happens in this leg, we have a thrilling match coming between this brilliant player in Graham Usher and that wonderful talent of Tom Sykes.
Win for Usher means that it'd only be legs that's required against Tom
60.
Sykes to make it through to the semi-finals.
It's almost like we're a little bit surprised Carl Wilkinson's through, but if I said he's a proven winner, 2 of the toughest opens in the WDF system, the British Open and the Isle of Man, he won them both in 2024. As I've mentioned, he is the Yorkshire County captain.
59.
Terrific player in his own right, but Usher's put the burners on here.
Look at it, tops, but he has
60.
got time on his side. He's going to return, needing just the one of them to round off a 4-3 win. Wilkinson's through, but Graham Usher could do himself a massive favour here.
65.
Well, Wilkinson did enough to qualify. This has been a high-quality contest. But Usher says, burn, baby, burn. A wonderful win for Graham Usher. They're happy, the contingent from Scarborough. Little conversation there between the pair of them, but very highly skilled. It was a super game throughout. It went the distance. And Tom Sykes has a lot of work to do. Round about the 90 average throughout that game was Carl Wilkinson, but look at the numbers for Graham Usher. The amount of 180s. He looks good tonight. Group 1's a thriller. Next up, it's Danny Jansen against Jamie Kelling.
12-year-old Jaden Walker!
I won't say this has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Jaden Walker taking everything! And Jaden Walker!
Going to get better than that too. A double 14.
Super Series champion!
The leading light. Super Series. It's sweet success for the 16-year-old.
How does he hit that? That's how he hits it! And Jansen is a Super Series success story!
Shot and another Super Series Week 9 champion!
Double 12. Ryan Branley, that is superb.
Jansen score. He's going to go for the big fish. He's going to get the big fish.
Needs to go, and that's exactly what it does. Henry Coates finds the middle.
Yeah, the time for the future is almost here. Rising Stars Week is going to be getting underway very, very soon here at the Modus Super Series, and you can be here at the finals night. That special week featuring players between the ages of 16 and 21 years old. The finals night will take place on the 23rd of August, and if you scan that QR code, that'll take you straight to the ticket page. Just a £5 to support youth darts, and you could be here when the next Luke Littler picks up a trophy on the Super Series stage. The full lineup then for that Rising Stars Week is here. Ryan Branley, we've seen on the stage before. Thomas Banks, of course, who had that sensational viral 3 bullseye checkout last week. Jensen Walker has won a series already. He must go off as one of the favourites. Henry Coates, Nathan Kerr, Charlie Manby, another great Yorkshire player in Group A. Look at those names, remember those names, because you'll be hearing about many of those in the future. But why not come down and be part of that Rising Stars finals night? Again, 23rd of August for that. But back to this evening. This is what we have seen so far, a very interesting set of results, and a set of results that have seen Carl Wilkinson qualify for the semi-finals. A 4-2 win against his fellow Yorkshireman Tom Sykes, and despite defeat to Graham Usher in his next game, he got the 3 legs he needed to get through. Tom Sykes has got a mountain to climb now when he takes on Graham Usher. He's going to have to win that 4-2 or better in Group 1. But we're going to go back to Group 2 and see the player we haven't seen yet, Jamie Kelling, who before he gets to the stage, he had a little chat with Henry.
Jamie, we're going again, another Saturday night here at the Super Series. How pleased were you with the way you played over the course of Group C?
Yeah, really good. I felt composed, even at times when things weren't going my way, especially the first game of the group, actually. Could have been a bit disheartened that I didn't win that game, missed doubles, but that starts, just go on, dust yourself down and go again, and yeah, I'm here.
Because that could have really set the tone for the week, couldn't it, that first game against Round? But you managed to find a way of kind of turning that negative into a bit of a positive.
Yeah, definitely, and I've learned just to try and to back yourself, just trust yourself. My scoring was fine, so I knew I was always going to get chances. It was just a case of taking them, and I did, and I'm here.
Is confidence something that you've had to learn and develop? Because we've had conversations in the past after winning weeks. You feel like you've had to back it up to kind of show the first one of the fluke. Have you had to almost within yourself actually say, "I'm all right at this game"?
Yeah, and I think that's just come over time, come with my age as well, just a bit more mature. Like I said, away from the hockey as well, my life's pretty good, so I don't have to worry about things away from that, which is always nice. I'm just trusting my game, and let's see what happens tonight. This is your happy place, isn't it? This is your home for darts, isn't it? The Super Series. Yeah, I love it. It's made my game come on leaps and bounds. Just to mix it with some of the people, that have been there, world champions and stuff like that, and to win some games off them, it does give you that little, okay, I can do this, and it does. You look to Q School in the future and think, well, why can't I mix it there as well? Quietly confident tonight. Yeah, but so are 5 other people in that room, and that's what it's all about. The best man's going to win. I knew it was going to be a tough week, so yeah, let's see what happens. Wish you all the best, Jamie. Good luck tonight. Cheers, buddy.
Move the treble 19. This could be a stunner. What a finish.
Jamie Kelling.
What a way to end the game for Jamie Kelling.
Game touch on the second leg.
Touch finishing at its best there.
Well, in the previous leg, neither player getting a barn door.
Yeah, plenty of support in the arena for Jamie Kelling. Will they be walking in his wonderland come the end of the evening? They've done it before. He has won here at the Super Series before, and the Andover man is the last of the finalists to appear on stage tonight. He comes up against Danny Jansen, who we have already seen, and of course we've already seen him get beaten by Jason Heaver, meaning the mullet must get the job done in this one or he will be heading home early. Kelling looking cool, calm, confident, talking very well, isn't he? But for Danny Jansen, well, he's got work to do. He can actually guarantee qualification with a 4-0 scoreline, or at least a 9-dart shootout with 4-1. Any other margin of victory, his hopes will ride on the last game. Simple for Kelling. He will qualify at Danny's expense if he gets the better of Jansen and gives the mullet the chop at the end of this one. And Jason Heaver will watch with interest in the practice room as well. 3 legs for Kelling will be enough to secure Heaver's qualification. Well, let's get game 4 underway and talking you through it
First
as
leg,
they will be
Danny
all
to throw
evening.
First.
Glenn Durrant and Henry
Game
Deacon.
on.
Yeah, thank you, Murph. So here we go, game 4, and for Danny Jansen, it is last chance saloon for him against Jamie Kelling, who
58.
is having a real steady week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Hasn't had to do anything spectacular, but his overall
100.
consistency has been his main strength. And he could be through with a game to spare with a victory in this one, as Murph rightly alluded to a couple of moments ago. For Danny Jansen, well, his entire week rests on this particular contest. Defeat, he'll be heading back to the Netherlands before then heading
55.
back home to the United States. And he is being watched on by friends near and far. Had a communication via text this evening by a Modus Super Series player. Jamie Atkins has been in touch saying that he's watching Danny in action this evening.
115.
Popular guy is Danny, and he makes friends everywhere he goes.
98.
The way you built that name up there, no offence to Jim, I thought you were going to say Phil Taylor or something. Or the chairman of Crystal Palace or something.
133.
Not too sure about the last start there from Jamie, but I've been really impressed with him. And we will find out more about Danny Jansen now.
98.
As Henry alluded to in his previous game, he is a Players' Championship winner in the PDC. Double 12.
86. Danny, you require 94.
94 for Jansen to take the opening leg. Goes bullseye to give himself the guarantee of a dart if he hits the big number.
42.
But that's an unforced
Danny,
error.
require 12.
So unlike Danny Jansen as well, Kelling's looked assured all week, and once again he's got that crowd on his side as well. We did see last week that crowd, how important
Second
they were.
leg is Jamie to throw first.
And the evidence you can clearly see there, Danny looking over to his dad and that little shake of the head. So the body language, it's not good for Danny Jansen, and maybe Kelling just picked that up. He looks cool as a cucumber. It's red hot in there.
70.
Feeling the heat in more ways than one is Danny Jansen.
Whereabouts is he from in Holland?
57.
Hull 10 in the Netherlands.
I
Not
thought
quite where Rohan Brouwers is from.
Ah, I've got the wrong Dutchman, haven't I?
It's currently 29 degrees on stage. It's a very warm evening on the south coast. Warmest day of 2025 so far. And I think the players actually be thankful that this is an evening session as opposed to a session during the day when temperatures outdoors in Portsmouth was touching the 30-degree mark.
Well, interesting speaking to Jared Cole, who played this time last week, who said on the Saturday night, despite the crowd, he didn't feel the heat as much as it was during the week. But it is just part and parcel of being a dart player. When you think of heat, you think of the match play of Blackpool. We're getting excited for that starting in just over a week's time.
87.
Yeah, Luke Humphries looking to defend the title he won a year ago against Michael Van Gerwen in the final. who come. He's actually been here to the
96. Jamie
live
require
lounge to
104.
sample the Super Series. But is Kelling going to put himself halfway towards the point of qualification for the semi-finals? 104 required. Will stay there. But he couldn't use Dart 1 as a guide. And Jansen is nowhere to be seen.
A disastrous night for Danny Jansen so far. And that is not helping the cause. Jamie Kelling, the last player we saw tonight. He could witness, he could assess, he could look how the others are doing. Danny Jansen is wilting in the heat. Where is Jamie Kelling?
40. Danny require 153.
Well, this is how desperate the situation is right now for Danny Jansen. You get the sense this 153 is absolutely must hit. It's just not happening.
85.
I know you fancied him to do really well tonight. And a lot of people sort of in the know as well. Just that little look over once again to the family wall, like when he turns around, because Jamie Kelling in super quick time, much to the delight of a large proportion of the crowd.
Game on.
It's leading by 2-0.
Well, Jamie Kelling's doing what Jamie Kelling's been doing all week. It hasn't been spectacular, but it's been efficient enough so far. 83.5 average, 2 out of 6 in terms of his doubling.
But you know him well. You know, the 100 average is in there. But he just seems to be having that Group C campaign was really exciting. There was a real separation where the 3 players out of 6, and we knew we were going to lose one great player. And that player turned out to be Richie Howson.
57.
And the damage was done early Thursday afternoon when he lost his opening 2 games. Big support for Kelling.
Yeah. From Andover, just a short trip up the A303, probably about hour and a half journey on the motorway from there to Portsmouth.
140.
Yes, when I see that sign, I still think I've still got a long way before I get home.
It's not all about you, Glenn. Well, Jamie Kelling might be from Andover, but it could be all over
140.
Danny Jansen very, very quickly. He's got 6 darts here from 204 to get 1 back on the board, but it's just not happening. It feels like every feat so far this evening has been a real tall order for the towering Dutchman.
He's left himself a finish, but Kelling is going to leave a better finish, and that 2 dart at the treble 20. This simply has to go, and we've said that already in this game. Time is running out with Danny Jansen.
57. Jamie
He is sinking
38.
beneath the quicksand, is Danny Jansen. And Jamie Kelling is beginning to make a bit of a sprint and decides to split. 2 in his hand at double 16. 3-0 Jamie Kelling, and he's a leg away from sending not just himself through, but Jason Heaver. And actually, Jason Heaver is through because Jamie Kelling has got to 3 legs in this contest. And for Danny Jansen, his night could be over very, very quickly. I mean, he had bad news right from the get-go when his good pal Cam Crabtree said he wasn't going to be here. And I tell you what, I bet Cam is absolutely glad right now that he's bailed out.
140.
The Deacon bingo book is out. Cameron Crabtree has got the full house for the majority. Beautiful darts on a pinhead. Kelling looking great.
60.
6 darts to send himself through alongside Jason Heaver. And for Danny Jansen, well, he said whatever happened this evening, he was going to be in the auditorium. Looks like he's going to be watching the rest of the night in the auditorium.
131.
Everything he touches turns to goal right now. And for Danny Jansen, the likeable Dutchman. He said it's been a long week. That could be his last 3 darts of a punishing campaign.
Well, Jamie Kelling is ever dependable, but he's missed a couple of big numbers. But luckily for him, it ain't going to matter one bit. Built him up, 34. And then he broke down.
You built him up, Buttercup. But like you said, we talked about Danny, who went to 9 darter this week. We get the opportunity just to remind him of that. But Jamie Kelling was the final player that we saw tonight. A little self-motivation. Look at the eyes on the prize. for a one-sided victory. He gets there in the end, much to the delight of a large contingent of Jamie Kelling fans here. But just a special mention there to the 9 Dart King this week as he goes up the stage. Danny Jansen will be back. A terrific play in his own right, but look at the determination in the face of Jamie. JK is through. As we look at the tail of the tape, 92.49. He's excelling, is Jamie Kelling. It could be his night. It's Usher v Sykes next. Don't miss that one.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receiving the trophy, £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where this is what we've witnessed so far. 4 games down, 3 players through already to the semi-finals. Tom Sykes going down to Carl Wilkinson in the opening match, and Jason Heaver got the better of Danny Jansen. Wilkinson getting 3 legs against Graham Usher means that he is safely through, and Jamie Kelling's 4-0 win over Danny Jansen put him and Heaver through and eliminated Jansen from tonight's action. The next match in Group 1 will determine who the 4th semi-finalist is. It's a big one between Graham Usher and Tom Sykes. And this is the scenarios for what could happen in this game. Tom Sykes has got work to do. He must beat Usher 4-2 or better to qualify. That means that Graham Usher, of course, just needs 3 legs if he's to join Carl Wilkinson in qualifying from Group 1. And as mentioned, Heaver and Kelling are already through from Group 2 and will play off to see who wins that group. As Glenn Durrant has said tonight, both Tom Sykes and Graham Usher were the 2 names that most people were saying would be going through from this group, but it is only going to be one of them. So without further ado, let's get this game underway. Glenn is alongside Henry to talk you through it.
Yeah, thank you very much, Murph. And Tom Sykes, one of the most successful players in this building, finds himself on the cusp of elimination. A 4-2 defeat to Carl Wilkinson in his first game of the night means that he is staring the tungsten trapdoor smack bang in the face. And not just does he need a win to bail himself out of jail, but he also needs to win by a scoreline. He has to win by a couple of clear legs against the gambler Graham Usher, who put in the performance of the night to dislodge the sword in his opening match. Average of 98, 50% on his doubles in that particular contest. Well, Tom Sykes has a fair few fans in the building, but even the most optimistic of them will be feeling nervous right now because they know that his destiny is no longer in his own hands, and they also know that he doesn't just have to win, he has to win big. But on the other side of the coin, Graham Usher doesn't have to win this game, but he needs to pick up 3 legs to make it through to the final 4 of the competition this evening. How does that change the psyche and mentality, Glenn?
I think it's really big there. I think a player likes to go and I need to win or lose. There's also niggling in your mind where you just need a certain amount of legs. So it's certainly not a huge advantage. I can understand people saying, you know, what's your ton? I'd rather need 3 legs than 4, but I think it's the word you use there, it's the psyche. But if Sykes can win big here, if he does get through this group, he will feel invincible tonight.
Well, the other thing as well is because he's against the darts, effectively he's going to have to try and break Graham Usher twice to get into the semi-finals.
Great point.
And he's off to a slow start in this leg. And this so far has been a night where some big names have already been slayed. We lost Jansen in the previous game, and if Graham Usher takes out this 70, Tom Sykes is a couple of legs away from elimination. The double top does go, 15 dart starts, and there's a real look of focus on the face of Graham Usher. Well, they've made a long trip down from the North Yorkshire coast to the South Coast this evening, and they'll be hoping that it's a journey that's profitable. Graham Usher 2 legs away from the semi-finals. $140.
5-1 he was to win tonight. Graham Usher. I thought that was excellent value. A lot of that was down to the fact, in my opinion, the group he was in. And Papa looks nervous.
Papa don't preach, but Sykes is in trouble deep right now.
$81.
Quartz Madonna dances like Maradona.
140.
But the accuracy, the precision coming from Graham Usher right now is absolutely stunning.
42. Graham, you require 144.
144 to put Tom Sykes to the brink of elimination. 6 darts here for the gambler, and Sykes is creeping ever so closer here towards the point of no return.
Not the end of the world. 104 left.
92. Graham, you
does
require
leave a 2-darter. It was a disappointing set of play. The score of 58 from Usher. But these types of finishing, he's been deadly. This is big.
70.
Sykes has an opportunity.
89.
And it may just be a dart at the bullseye at the end of this. He gets the boosty bonus, 2 at double 16. And gets the double 16 and gets himself in the contest. He had to dodge somewhat of a bullet there, but Tom Sykes finds himself back on terms. Parity in this contest, 1 apiece. Now, interestingly, Glenn, there has been a few head-to-heads between these two away from the Super Series. They both came on the Challenge Tour. And Graham Usher has been successful on both occasions, including in a quarter-final match. As Usher drops a dart at the worst possible time, but recovered tremendously.
180!
Just a fantastic match to commentate on. The pace of it is, the quality. Sykes looks nervous. The family look nervous. Usher, as Henry mentioned, and not something you always attribute to me, just looks really, really focused. And the numbers are beautiful if you're an Usher fan. But despite the numbers, Sykes is on a big finish. For a 12-darter, double six, what a finish. Graham Usher is averaging over 106 at the moment, and Sykes is on the brink.
There's a reason for that forlorn figure, because Tom Sykes, two-time Champions League runner-up, is on the brink of elimination right from the very get-go on this Saturday night. In his Super Series career, he has never
123.
failed in back-to-back wins not to register a victory, or back-to-back weeks, shall I say, not to
43.
register a victory. And Dad really is feeling it, isn't he?
Yeah, and there's something niggling at the back as well.
Yeah, he was having a look at Dad at the back of the stage. But I suppose the only silver line in this scenario now is Tom Sykes can just play with an element of free roll, hit, and hope it all works out for him.
Both players averaging over a ton at the moment. That won't help that average, that stat.
Tom Sykes won't care about averages, he'll just care about getting the job done, but he is being forced to play very well to get any kind of opportunity against Graham Usher. 6 darts though for 154 to bring it back to 2-2. And then Graham would have the opportunity on throw to serve it out and to get his place in the semi-finals.
Told me require 50.
There'll be no showboating at the moment, but again.
Happened in the previous game, didn't it? That's why he's gone down for the 10, because remember, he bust the 50 against Carl Wilkinson, hit the treble 18.
You have been watching, Henry. Needed the double 16, but no drama. It has been quite a straightforward, and that surprised me that it's been fairly straightforward, because he's just looked so animated. Turning round, I didn't like the early signs. But he wins the leg. Sykes scrapping, thumbs up.
Tom Sykes.
The Nathan Aspinall-esque ironic thumbs up from Tom Sykes.
If I get Graham to throw first. Game on.
You can tell he's not overly happy, Tom Sykes. I don't know the full reasons as to why, but he's not feeling as comfortable as we've come to expect him on this live lounge stage. This has almost become his manner over the last couple of years, but he just looks as if something's just irritating him slightly.
And that interests me, because as I've said many times, no one's doubting his skills and how good he is. But when the chips are down, how do you react? And I wasn't quite liking what I was seeing, but I think he's over that now. He's just got to play 2 brilliant legs of darts. It's as simple as that.
Well, this is where your theory of needing legs as opposed to needing a result could come into play here for Graham Usher.
I mean, that is just perfect. He'd be disappointed if it's only a ton. He'd be even more disappointed with a bounce out. Usher has got away with one in normal circumstances. I would have thought he'd gone downstairs on the 271. But when you can hit 180s like Graham Usher can, why would you start on the 19s?
Well, Tom Sykes, one of the great champions in this building, is on the chopping block.
Imagine if he saved his bacon with a 170.
51.
Imagine the circumstances. Imagine the reaction. It's on.
Graham Usher's got 3 darts there at double top to send himself into the semi-finals. Tom Sykes wallows away from the board, but he's going to come back and have another chance. And this is how quickly things can change, because if he finds this, all of a sudden, he's throwing for a place in the semi-finals.
Incredible. Just needs to take his time here. He'll like double 14s right in the eye line. This is huge. That was massive. What a dart under the circumstances. Almost like Usher was through there. Might be smiles all around there.
First. Game on.
Now it's Usher, favourite to go out. Incredible.
Oh, how the tables have turned. Tom Sykes' fan club could not watch.
This is exciting. This is drama. Made in Yorkshire.
140.
And I suppose in true Yorkshire fashion, they are giving us value for money. Well, suddenly,
40.
Dad's got a beaming smile on his face once again.
He may not now, though, Henry, because this game is flip-flopping. It's Usher that now has the darts.
100.
Usher now becomes favourite for qualification. Or does he?
180.
Yeah, they are throwing each other hammer and tongs. And have a look at this throw riposte. What a leg this is, with absolutely everything on the line. This ain't a last leg decider, but it may as well be.
If you're not enjoying this, then you're not going to enjoy darts. Thrilling.
41.
From one play to the next for qualification. Great Usher becomes the final play through the semi-final, and Tom Sykes is out.
An 11 darter
It's Graham to throw first.
for Graham Usher to secure his play to the final four. And he was forced to hit that 11 darter because Tom Sykes was throwing big stuff himself. And all the Castleford Tiger can do is nodding in approval as Usher hits his fourth max. He's average in excess of 102. He's going to take some beating in this type of mood.
7 180s, Henry. With all the pressure, all the nerves, all the tension. Yet they can still throw beautiful averages. Usher is demonstrating real quality here. He was up against it there. He went from comfortably qualifying and then had to break through to qualify. Wowzer.
Well, I'll tell you now, if Graham Usher carries on playing to this level, that 5-1 looks somewhat of a nap.
140.
This is superb. Average of 103.29 and 85 left to complete a 4-3 victory, and that probably sums up Tom Sykes' night.
45. Graham require 85.
Dejected.
45.
Usher will be back for tops and for Tom Sykes. He was the favourite going in it tonight. He's a wonderful player. It smiles all around, but he's hurting inside.
Well, it's at the parting shots because Graham Usher finds tops, and what a burst towards the line. It was an 11 darter that sealed his place into the semi-finals, rounded off with a 13 darter and an average of 101.7. The gambler is playing all the right cards at the right time, and the Castleford Tiger, Tom Sykes, the big favourite to win tonight. One of the greatest winners in this building, has been eliminated before we even get to knockout darts. Off the back of the 98 average in game one, Usher's backed it up with 101 average. He beats Tom Sykes by 4 legs to 3. The final group game is an eliminator to see who wins the group in Group 2 as Jamie Kelling takes on Jason Heaver.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2 darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the Oki with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20, he went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires 79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we already know the 4 semi-finalists ahead of this final group game between Jamie Kelling and Jason Heaver, and the winner of it will win Group 2 and therefore play Carl Wilkinson in the semi-finals. Whoever loses will finish second and take on Graham Usher in their semi-final. So let's get the group stage wrapped up, shall we? In commentary, Glenn Durrant and Henry Deacon.
Yeah, it's usually about now, Chris, that the players are looking very nervous, but surprisingly it's been a week where it's gone right down to the wire. Yeah, we go into this final game knowing the semi-finals already. Graham Usher topping Group 1. He will play one of these two players, and it's smiles all round at the moment for the pair of them, and why not? Jason Heaver won his opening game by 4-1 to Danny Jansen. Kelling was equally, if not even more impressive, beating Danny Jansen with a 92+ average. So the winner of this game will play Carl Wilkinson. The loser of this game will play Graham Usher. But apart from that, Henry, I think I see two relaxed players there. Will that bring their best out of them, or are they saving a little bit of energy
Jamie to throw first
for bigger games to come?
Well, it's a saying in sport, winner stays on, but in this particular scenario, it is loser stays on, because whoever loses this match will take on Graham Usher in around about 10 minutes time. And Kelling kicks off this contest with a max.
$80.
Well, it has been a night littered with big scoring. We saw 8 180s in the previous contest between Graham Usher and Tom Sykes, and that really was a delight from the first dart right up until the very last. I suppose the only shame in that particular contest is we're not going to see the Castleton Tiger for the remainder of the evening. But congratulations go to Graham Usher for topping the group. Carl Wilkinson in P2 awaits the winner of this particular contest in the second semi-final of the evening, and it's Kelling who's got up to the strongest start of the pair in this opening leg.
Yeah, those 8 180s in that previous game. The Modus Super Series record is 9. A certain Luke Litter versus Chris Gilliland. It was a 180 start from Kelling with his opponent on 156. He will go the treble 17 route.
43. Jason,
yet to see a 100+ finish tonight.
And we're not going to see one here. You actually mentioned the record of 9. There has been a game played over this distance in this building that has seen more, but that match was played at the Global Championship
36.
when Marvin Van Velzen and Gary
78.
Stone shared 10 180s. But Jamie Kelling looking to get the lion's share of this opening leg. 20 for tops. Tops it is.
38.
But not to be.
Jason, you require 120.
High, wide, and not so handsome. Jason Heaver, who's had his trials and tribulations on some of the finishing.
80. Jamie require
He's unable to take
40.
tops himself, so Kelling gets 3 more in hand to win this opening leg. Double 10. Chasing 5s.
Well,
up until that point, it was rather uncharacteristic for Jamie Kelling. There's been such a assurance about the way that he's played all week long, and he knows that he may have used a bit of a get-out-of-jail-free card in that particular leg. He moves one up against Jason Heaver. Both players recording victories against Danny Jansen to secure their passage through to the semi-finals, and Jamie Kelling was ultra impressive. Didn't allow his opponent to have a dart at a double in a 4-0 dismantling. Average of 92.5 in that contest. 40% on the doubles, 4 out of 10 on the outer ring. Whereas for Jason, he averaged 85.73, 4 from 7 on his doubles against the mullet, who we have shaved off from the list of names that can win this week 8.
140.
Yes, if Jamie Kelling wins this match, he will play Carl Wilkinson. They'll renew rivalries from an excellent Group C this week.
180.
And Jason Heaver, if he hits those 180s, a mouth-watering match from a Group B campaign, he'll play Graham, or there'll be plenty more 180s there. There might be more in this.
180.
3 180s, and we've not even got to the end of the second leg yet.
Yep.
71 left.
58. 36.
He's left himself on
Kelly
top if
require
Kelling cannot find the 1-2-1 for the break and a 2-0 lead in this match. Down for treble 17, which he gets the bullseye.
96.
Wasn't far away.
He's got a good crowd behind him there. You heard the gasp when that hit the 25, but Heaver looks in that zone that a player loves to be in. Doubles have been his secret of success this week.
Jason Heaver.
And once again, no such problem.
Third leg, it's Jamie to throw first.
We have parity. You can just see Jason, they're just trying to cool down. I have to say, Jamie Kelling looks cool as a cucumber, though.
Well, he can make a little bit of history tonight.
40.
If he is to win, it would be the biggest gap between first and second win in Super Series history. His first weekly title came all the way back in November 2022. He beat Richie Parkin to win the 5th week of Series 2, which would mean there'd be a 9-series gap if he was to win tonight. The biggest gap between win number 1 and win number 2 is 7 series. That was John Henderson when he won in Series 9, which was actually a week that Danny Jansen was involved in.
95.
When you order a dart player off a Wish.
The 20th 180 of the night. Massive scoring from all 6 players tonight. We said
60.
the darts would do the talking.
Jamie, you require 141.
He looks good. He looks great. For the finish of the night, Jamie Kelling is on fire.
Jamie Kelling.
He really is walking in a JK Wonderland, isn't he?
Jason to throw first. Game on.
His third ton plus check out of the week. The biggest, the 157 to beat Richie Houghton. That was a match-winning shot.
95.
And everything he touches is turning to gold right now. Average just under 106, 3 180s. That huge check out. Huge scoring prowess.
80.
And he is going to be a huge threat for the rest of the night.
Yes, it's knockout darts after this game. Down to the last 4, mouth-watering. And all 4 will fancy their chances. Tom Sykes going out was a big filler to the other players. Who's impressed you most tonight? Is it Kelling?
It's this man here. It's this man here.
140.
Because he's up the levels. I think he knew that he was playing okay, but if he was to win tonight, he needed to up it a little bit. And to his credit, that is exactly what he's doing.
95.
Is that the quality of the opponents? Oh, that wonderful crowd in there, because he's got a lot of support in there.
Well, I think naturally when you play better players, you tend to play better stuff. Otherwise, you know you're going to get pulled from pillar to post. So I do think that maybe there's a little bit of a mixture of both.
Henry's averaging over 108 at the moment.
140.
And he could find a 141 for a second consecutive leg. Rinse and repeat. It's not a case of dart vu.
89.
I think we both fancied that.
128.
And the good news is I think JK did as well. He even needs something to happen in this game. The afterburners have come on from Kelling. He's made a considerable move in this game. I actually think he thought that second one was in with his reaction.
Jamie require 52.
Well, it's a 3-1, this for the break, and this for full control of the match. You'd have the darts to win it in the next. Double top. Beautiful guide. The biggest surprise is he didn't follow it through.
Jamie require 40.
For a level game. Often moves across, a quirky move across for double 10. It's worked all week.
20.
But when he needed it most.
Jamie require
in this game.
40.
But Kelling for a deserved 3-1 lead.
Well, opportunities have come in sparse supply for Jason Heaver. He knows he's let a big opportunity slip. But Jamie Kelling's missed 3 more to take full control, full command of this contest. And have we got a real turning point in our hands?
I think it'd be incredibly disappointing, Will Kelling. Be even more now it's 2-2, but we were talking about an average just shy of 110. He could have gone back into that players area, laying down a real message to the others.
60.
Do you think either player will want to play Usher or Wilkinson? Do you think that'll be in their mind? Or do you think it's just win-win-win?
I think these are 2 players that don't care who they face. They'll just get up and get on with whatever task they've been given.
Suit you.
$100.
Yeah, plenty of fans in the auditorium this evening. As you see, it's absolutely packed to the rafters.
How come I'm freezing then?
60.
That air conditioning unit is very good, Glenn, isn't it? .5 though is the temperature on stage, and the action is very much hotting up. Eyes transfixed, cannot take their eyes away from this action.
85.
It's just been that almost mid-match lull. Kelling still averaging over 96 on throw. There's the one treble you wanted when you're on 2-4-1.
100.
He'll take that. You're saying to Jason Heaver 140 or 180.
Well, for the third consecutive leg, Jamie Kelling's left himself a 141. Hit it the first time, missed it the second time. Can third time be the charm? No.
77. Jason, you've got 150.
These 141 finishes can't continue, can they?
It can.
$45.
Try and keep it
Jamie
professional, Henry.
64.
Very professional performance from Jamie Kelling. Missed opportunity in the previous one. It looked like he was kicking himself over this missed start at a double. He's getting another one. And he leads 3-2, double 16. Look at the reaction. We said this game, both have qualified. It may not mean as much.
Jason to throw first.
That reaction, Henry, tells you different.
I don't think I have ever seen Jamie Kelling give it as much gusto as he has done over the last couple of days.
100.
Maybe it's that $5 grand prize and a place in Champions Week as well.
I think there's one word that categorises the change in Jamie Kelling's mindset and mentality, and that word is belief. He knows that he belongs on the big stage, where I think maybe in the past, despite doing good things, he's felt like he's had to
100.
justify his position within the game.
I thought you were going to say happy. I thought his interview was, yeah, it was a really excellent interview when he said he's a happy person away from the dartboard. If he wins tonight, wonderful. But he still goes away happy wherever. And as a dart player, it's a nice place to be for Jamie Kelling. I think that's conducive to his good darts.
60.
Could learn a thing or two, Glenn, about having a smile on your face.
$136.
Smile on the face of Jamie Kelling, darts like that. Heaver on the ropes.
81.
Doesn't give up though, Jason Heaver. That real old school type of player, isn't he? He's hard to knock off his perch. He's down to a finish, but you'd still argue that Kelling is favourite, especially if he finds another treble.
137.
Outstanding.
60.
He is some player. That would have been some finish. But Jamie Kelling now looking at double 18 to make it 2 wins out of 2.
58.
Him and Graham Usher potentially could be on a collision course tonight because they have been the two standout players. Usher won 2 games out of 2. Jamie Kelling does likewise. A 4-2 success against Jason Heaver. A man that is growing in belief and confidence, is growing to be one of the fancied players in the field. For Heaver, it's a meeting in a couple of moments' time against Graham Usher. For Jamie Kelling, he'll take on Carl Wilkinson in the second semi-final, and his support base, of which he's bought the best part of a dozen tonight, are very much happy with the way this evening's going. We're going to take a short break. Reaction and analysis from Glenn Dowen and Chris Murphy in the Pluto TV studio comes next.
And the group stages are complete at finals night here on week 8 of Series 11. And the big shock, Tom Sykes failing to pick up a victory and therefore departing at the pool phase. Sykes going down 4-2 to Carl Wilkinson. He was then beaten 4-3 by Graham Usher. Usher won both his games in Group 1, seeing off Sykes in the last leg decider as well. And then in Group 2, Jason Heaver beat Danny Jansen 4-1. He then lost 4-0 to Jamie Kelling, eliminating the mullet. And Kelling picked up his second victory with a win over Jason Heaver. So the semi-finals look like this. Usher against Heaver, Kelling against Carl Wilkinson. And then we will see he'll be fighting for the trophy and the £5,000 first prize. Glenn Durrant has joined me in the Pluto TV studio. Glenn, really interesting evening. Tom Sykes going out must be the biggest standout story.
Yeah, /disappointment as well. He's a player on the up. He's going to be a professional player, very, very soon. He's got everything in his lock. He won that tough Group A. I just think, that opening game with Carl Wilkinson, he's a top player himself, and Carl was superb in that game, and sorry to see him go.
Yeah, great game against Graham Usher as well. He got himself in a position where it came down to an all-important leg, and if Sykes were to win this leg, then he would have gone through. Graham Usher, though, needed 3 legs to get through. It was a brilliant leg of darts under this pressure.
I mean, the narrative was, Usher only needs 3 legs. We're pretty much talking about the fact that Usher need to do this, and then all of a sudden, Usher misses darts in leg 4, and then Sykes was looking to serve it out, but if there's 6 darts there, he's still in the 400s. That was the problem. That's where it all sort of went wrong. But 8 180s in this game, and his dad went through absolutely every single emotion that game. This is when we then started flip-flopping back to him again. Now we're talking Usher's going to go out there. It was an incredible game, and just look at these. By now, we were screaming and shouting in the comms box. That's how exciting it was. Smile on the face there of Tom Sykes.
When someone does that, Glenn, Tom Sykes at a 180 to get himself back in the leg, to give himself a chance of maybe winning the match, and the opponent, like Usher, hits back with a maximum. All the blood must just drain out of your veins.
Yeah, it was, like I said, the first 6 darts of that was when he was left on 4-4. So I think when he does look back, the analysis, it was in his hands. But when your opponents are hitting 11 darters, that's what Graham Usher's done. He's been a professional player himself. He loves that stage. We've talked about how explosive he is. It's almost like you don't want to let your family and friends down, because both Sykes and Usher's family are here. They've travelled probably 5 or 6 hours there, but he showed his real class there, did Usher.
Yeah, I know that you're a founding member of the Graham Usher fan club, and he, like you said, he showed that he's got those levels, and in matches like that, in situations like that, semi-finals and finals to come, he might need to pull out those tricks again.
About 10-15 years ago, he was at the UK Open, and they were talking about him then, like we are about Tom Sykes, and then he went missing for 5 or 6, 7 years, and it was down at Southampton with where he started. Oh, he's back playing well. So he's been on a little bit of a journey himself, but what he's always had is this incredible knack to hit massive scores when he needs to. Very busy locally. He's winning lots of vaults, lots of competitions, and then to show the bottle like he did there. That's why I'm such a big fan.
Again, the narrative is Sykes out, Usher through. We're not talking about Carl Wilkinson.
Yeah.
Are we doing him a disservice?
No, he'll love that. He'll love that, but because all week we've reminded people that the Yorkshire captain can play. Now, the story of Carl Wilkinson is a player who he's saying his best darts are at the end of legs. He thinks he's got more bottle than any player. They may not hit the 180s of the Ushers and Sykes, but this guy's been doing this for a long time. Super Leagues in Yorkshire's tough. He's always top of the rankings, plays the county dart, and it's almost like it's time to branch out. It's time to leave Yorkshire, Carl, and we want to see him. Won the British Open last year, which is really tough. He won Isle of Man, extremely tough. He can play darts. I don't think he'd be too disappointed when we were talking about Sykes and Usher.
Yeah, certainly showed plenty of that Yorkshire grit in that group. But the standout performer in Group 2, Jamie Kelling, Rolls-Royce performances tonight.
Yeah, last week, Jimmy Van Ski, I said his 4th dart was that incredible crowd. He's got a contingent there between 12 and 20 people there. But there could be the difference. He looks different. I think Henry nailed it actually, because he was very, very solid in Group C, around about mid-80 averages. It was enough for him. Could he find those. At one point in this game, he was averaging over 105, 106, and just squeezed in this double 8 in for a comfortable 4-0 victory. He's been the player of the night.
Different scenario for him, though, wasn't it? Because he beat Danny Jansen there 4-0. That meant he was already through. Yeah. So unlike Graham Usher and Tom Sykes are really going into battle, he was able to relax for that second match against Jason Heaver.
And he won't be battle-scarred now going into the semi-final where Usher's been through that. And it's very difficult to be a dart player, to have that high, the low, I'm out, I'm in, and then go back to the play where... They've had it fairly easy today, Kelling and Heaver, so it'll be interesting to see that transition into the semi-finals now and how they react from there. But you're right, this 1-4-1, at this point we hadn't seen 100-plus finish. We're talking an awful lot about the incredible amount of 180s hit tonight, but he hit a 1-5-7 in the group stage, and that was the finish of the night tonight. He's been brilliant.
And Jason Heaver, look, 2 appearances, 2 finals nights, now 2 semi-finals. It's good stuff, isn't it?
He's quirky, he's different, he's old school. He can score big. I think the fact I don't think he really cares who he's playing. He's not really sure what he needs finishing-wise. We had that incredible moment in the group stage where he thought he'd hit a double top. He's just a little bit different. And like Carl Wilkinson, the 2 players we aren't talking about has been Heaver and Wilkinson. And again, very similar answer in the fact that I don't think he'll really care. He's got some support in there tonight as well, and it wouldn't surprise me if he lifts that trophy.
Yeah, we've chuckled at some of his moments during this week, even tonight, a miscount there. But in these situations, can that cost him at some point? We all laugh about it, but really, we're getting down to the nitty-gritty. It could be serious, couldn't it?
At some point, yes. I put it down to the fact that he's not match sharp at the moment as well, but speaking to a few people, a lot have said he hasn't been the greatest of counters. And another thing, that when he's not sure what he's going for, he's ruining his rhythm. He's having to stop, start, so that's also something to look out. But he's also one of them players, right, what double do I need then? Bang, and then he's been popping it all week as well. Like I say, quirky, he's different, but he's in the semi-final, he's got every chance.
A word on the 2 players that have departed. What have they learned this week, and particularly tonight?
Yeah, I feel for Tom Sykes. Like I said, he's gone in there as a favourite. I don't want to sort of put you on the spot, but you fancied them both tonight, and rightly so. He was the favourite, was Tom Sykes. But I'm a big believer, and I was sort of saying that to Carl Coleman today, is that sometimes you've got to take a little bit of a disappointment, and it's how you react. Do you sulk? Or do you go home and go on the practice board and work even harder? Danny Jansen, his priority is January and Q School. He wants to be a professional player again. He's won on the professional circuit. So he's just had that little bit, like, family's the priority at the moment. And then that realisation that the Modus Super Series could really kickstart him. So I think he'll go back and reflect. He said a couple of times this week, it's been a long week. So maybe that group here, he came in tonight with very little energy left.
Yeah, maybe so. Well, 2 big hitters may have gone out tonight here at the Modus Super Series, but one of the big hits of this year has been the International Pairs Week introduction. We've got a second one coming up, and earlier this week we told you that the latest team announced was USA, and now we can reveal who is going to be part of that team.
Stressed. He's a bit tight. That's why he keeps himself lumber, because he knows if he's not, this double tops could hurt him. It does, and what a 157. We did say it's going to be about moments.
So yeah, Team USA confirmed. We're almost there, aren't we? 2/3 of the field now confirmed. Alex Spellman joining Jason Brandon in Team USA. Canada, of course, already announced Jeff Smith and Dawson Marshall, so we are going to have plenty of North American representation. The defending champions, Jimmy Van Schie and Danny Van Tripe, will represent the Netherlands. We told you last week that Carl Gabriel is now going to play for Team South Africa. Simon Adams had to withdraw. Devon Peterson will partner him. Sweden, Wales, Germany and Denmark all in action. And let me tell you, next week we have got a blockbuster announcement for the international pairs. But Glenn, darts is thriving in the USA, and Alex Spellman and Jason Brandon, it's a pretty tasty looking team.
Potential winners. There you go. There's me outside bet. Alex Spellman. If you think I'm a fan of Graham Usher, then Alex Spellman. I watch his videos. He's a real student of the game. He's doing sort of elements of coaching, a lot of psychology part of it. I thought he was nailed on for Q School, and he just flattered to deceive there a little bit. He's a real top player. I mean, he's demonstrated it in a Group A campaign where I think he got 28 points out of 30. Correct me if I'm wrong there. He is a top player. Jason Brandon on the back of beating Stephen Bunton at the World Series of Darts. That is a great team. You look out for them.
And players in America are used to playing a lot of darts. It doesn't faze them. You see them when they come over here. You said about Danny Jansen talking about a long week. I mean, their tournaments, they're playing several tournaments in a day over the course of the weekend. They might have played 6, 7, 8 tournaments.
I think they go to the Southampton on a Tuesday night and play in the local competition with Simon Whitlock as well. That's a cracking team now. That's one to look out for. It's looking great, and I can't wait for this mouth-watering announcement next week as well. It looks like a fantastic competition.
Yeah, what have you thought of it in general as an addition to the Modus Super Series?
Brilliant. I'm loving the specials. I'm really looking forward to the Rising Stars. The women's series. I'm a huge fan of the women's darts. I've done a lot of commentary on the women's series. But this World Cup of Darts, I think, was an unbelievable crowd last time. And when you've got the likes of Richie Burnett there representing Wales, and you put that national shirt on, Jimmy Van Skeel will be looking for that title once again, Netherlands. But just look out for Team USA.
Yeah, no Team England announced yet. Maybe there will be a special announcement next week. Hope not, anyway. Right, let's get back to tonight then. Semi-finals are going to be taking place very, very shortly indeed. Graham Usher against Jason Heaver, Jamie Kelling against Carl Wilkinson. Let's go each by each. Glenn, Usher against Heaver. Who is going into that one the most confident?
It's interesting because now it's a Group B match, and I think Graham Usher does win that. I'm not going to change my mind in a sense. I thought he was going to win it at the beginning of Monday. I thought he was going to win it when you asked me tonight. That second game's interesting. Kelling's been the best player of the night so far, but Wilkinson, we've wrote him off once, twice. Could it be an all-Yorkshire final?
For me as well, that second match, we've got, I said Rolls-Royce earlier, Kelling has been cool, calm, collected, and then Wilkinson has really been determined. You spoke about his fighting talk. It's a really interesting dynamic, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely, and everyone's sort of wilting under the heat there. Kelling looks so cool. Like you say, he speaks, he's so eloquent and so understands the game as well. Got a good crowd on his side. For me, the best play, just cruise through the round robins there. Mouth-watering semi-finals.
And I know all of them would have come here thinking anybody could have won. A lot of people would have thought that at least one of Tom Sykes or Danny Jansen would be in this lineup. So it's anybody's to win, isn't it, from here?
I mean, some people thought they both would be, but I won't mention your name again there, Chris.
That was all fair, Glenn. That was all fair.
I just think it's a great... I think tonight you could have put a blanket over them, and I know Sykes went into it as favourite. But as I said, I had a case for all 6 winning, so nothing surprised me tonight. Whoever wins it, you can say, yeah, I understand that. But I think these semi-finals is where the real nitty-gritty starts. It feels, well, it is knockout now. I think there's sort of different mentality for the players as well. Getting to the semis is good. Now they can think, I can see that checkered flag.
And whoever does win will be joining a really strong Champions Week lineup. These are the winners from this series so far. Jeff Smith, Scott Taylor. I mean, so decorated. Jeff Smith, the former Lakeside finalist. Taylor has won the Super Series. O'Shea, a former World Master. Shane McGurkey's definitely going to be in Group A, of course. A reigning world champion. Andy Hamilton, a former world finalist. Adam Gavlas, a former World Youth finalist, and Jimmy Van Skeel really stole the show last week. He's been to a Champions Night final before. I mean, whoever gets into that field is going to be another name added to a very, very talented list of players.
Yeah, just 3 names stand out very, very quickly. I think it's looking wonderful. I think Jimmy Van Skeel, because of the love of that stage in the crowd. Shane McGurk is the WDF World Champion. And again, when you talk about me being fans of players, Scott Taylor can do anything he wants to. Proven winner up there. That is looking good.
It certainly is, and it's looking good tonight. The 4 remaining players will do battle to try and get their hands on this trophy and the £5,000 first prize. Semi-finals on their way after the break.
.54, Charlie McGuire, 164. .44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
That's a parting shot because Graham Usher finds Thompson. What a burn towards the line. Nudge off the bounty is unable to do so, and so Heaver back for the match, back for double 8, and gets double 8.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Modus Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's time to introduce the semi-finalists. Would you firstly please welcome to the stage Tsunami Jason Heaver and the Gambler Graham Usher.
Let's get it. Green light, let's get it. Green light, let's get it. I'm the future, I'm in it. Check score, I'm winning. Green light, let's get it. I just win. Win, 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 win. I'm on 10. 10, 10, 10, 10. Hello, I'm Himothy. I got the recipe. I got the flow. I got the remedy.
Yeah, it's Graham Usher that's getting the adulation of the audience. He's got a few down from Scarborough, including his son Joe, supporting him this evening. I'll tell you what, it's great to see that the two players that are out of the tournament have stayed to watch tonight. We can see Carl Coleman at the back conducting the crowd. He was out in the group stages earlier in the week, but both Tom Sykes and Danny Jansen in the audience. That is fantastic to see. It was Usher who put paid to Sykes' chances, while Jason Heaver got through Danny Jansen's group, and now the pair of them are going to go head-to-head for a place in the final. There is Team Usher. Joe, hand in the air, ready to cheer on Dad. The Gambler looking to drop the jackpot this week, but when he face a Tsunami of excellence from Jason Heaver. We've seen what he can do here at the Super Series. It's semi-final time, and Glenn Durrant and Henry Deacon are on hand to talk you through the action.
Thank you very much, Chris. And so to the serious business of this Saturday night. A part of the evening that Graham Usher knows all too well in his Super Series career. He was actually the first player to win multiple titles in this format. He won weeks in Series 1 and Series 2, but was unable to play at the second Champions Week. Well, he made himself ineligible to play at the second Champions Week because he would go on to get a PDC Tour card at the beginning of the 2023 season. But back at this level after a couple of years, mixing it with the best in the world, and it's like he's never been away. Finalist of the World Seniors Championship at the Circus Tavern in February, and back on one of his favourite stages, and back at a stage on this stage that he's oh so used to, Glenn.
Yeah, a Group B match where it was an interesting dynamic between the pair of them as well, because Usher was a heavy favourite going for that Group B, and his opening loss to Paul Hogan meant he sort of came up against Jason Heaver, and he outscored Heaver. But Heaver's finishing, and it was a surprise, inverted commas, 4-3 win for Heaver. And it was because of this type of finishing. Usher was in excellent positions, but Heaver found ways of winning legs.
136.
Finishing similar to that.
Graham, you require 81.
Well, Heaver was almost an eager beaver at the beginning of this match. And Usher's only going to get a dart at the bullseye to hold forward, but he only needed said dart at the ball. Usher one up, and the family
second leg, it's
are
Jansen
very
to
much happy
first.
about that.
And the fact they've travelled so far as well, the appreciation from Graham, hence the reason he's looking over. And as Chris mentioned there, his son is his biggest fan. He must be one proud son at the moment and one proud dad doing the business tonight.
Carrying the Yorkshire flag. Now, I actually stepped out into the auditorium around about 40 minutes before play got underway. Graham was out there speaking to his family and that, and he called me over. And he said, "This is my family." And the pride that he had of them, and I'm sure it's something that's reciprocated the other way round. Son Joe's got a Yorkshire flag this evening, and he could be Yorkshire's best tonight.
100.
He won the group, which involved fellow Right Rose players in Tom Sykes and Carl Wilkinson, and so far this evening he has played like a dream.
And he won the Modus qualifier for the next series as well, and look out for the name Oliver Mitchell,
100.
because there's a big tournament in Yorkshire, Whitby Open, and he's playing really well, just like Graham Usher is doing. So big,
130.
lots of darts going on in Yorkshire today at the moment, but all the focus on Usher. Can Heaver find the answers? Does he have his number?
78.
The problem Jason Heaver's got is in the last leg he needed to take out a 161. In this leg he had to take out a 118. Usher looking at double 16.
Game
the
on the second leg.
Well, so far this evening he's had averages of 98, 101, and back-to-back 15 darters means the Graham Usher averages 102, and in the space of 3 minutes flat pretty much, he's halfway towards the final.
140.
A question to you, Henry. Not only these numbers are good enough to win tonight, does he become, with these type of numbers, if he wins it tonight,
100.
does he become a major player for Champions Week?
Well, how can someone that's not made a final of a Champions Week before not be a contender when it comes to the big darts? The only problem that Graham Usher would have, or any player for that instance that wins tonight has, is you may have, in terms of a lineup, in terms of quality, in terms of proven experience, as stacked a field that we've ever had for a Champions Week of the Super Series. That man's not going to be there, Tom Sykes. For the first time in his career, he's not going to make it through to a Champions Week on back-to-back occasions. Maybe not look at the messages, pal.
Oh, please don't laugh at your own jokes, Henry. It's highly embarrassing.
Just waiting for the tumbleweed to move over. Anyway, Heaver's left himself 167, and for once, he's got a bit of time.
Yeah, the only problem with that 2-7 going the treble 20 is that you need 2 trebles, so big chance for Heaver. Feels like after a couple of legs, the only conversation we've had is about Graham Usher. Maybe those darts are the reason why he has got everything.
But once again, it's another ton plus checkout that Heaver has to take, otherwise he could lose the leg. Usher looking at double top to go 3-0 up in 5 minutes flat.
Game showing the
As Usher goes 3-0
Graham
up,
Usher.
Jason Heaver is averaging over a ton. He's not doing anything wrong in this game.
To throw first.
And he's 3-0 down. This is a masterful performance from Graham Usher. This is championship winning performance.
Well, the only about the situation is Usher's averaging 98. Heaver's averaging a ton. It's gone up to 103 now. But the way these two have played at points this evening, it just feels rather par for the course. It doesn't feel like anything out of the ordinary.
I think we said at the beginning of the night, I think we're going to let the darts do the talking. Last week there was a lot of chat about how wonderful the full house crowd was. That type of darts tonight has been magic. Often backed up as well.
140.
Jason Heaver is averaging 108 and he's getting battered.
Harsh. I think battered. You're not in a Yorkshire chip shop now, you're not.
45.
He has had the odd pop shot. He's been unable to take them. And
81.
Usher, to his credit, has just ticked his pocket on every single occasion. But Heaver's got 6 and 136. He may only need the 3.
This is arguably the performance of the night, the average of the night from Heaver.
96.
Wonderful riposte here just to get back in this game.
140.
But just a little reminder from the Scarborough superstar. This has to go. There's the quirky move to the left for double 10. It's been kind to him. Has to go.
20. Graham, you require 40.
Double top for a 4-0 clean sweep.
20.
3 match darts have come and gone.
Jason, you require 20.
He is human. A match littered with quality. Just a little stumble in this fourth leg. Back to the centre of the board for double 5. It's
15.
not to be. There could be and will be the final 3 dart you feel,
Graham,
because
you require
Usher, from his
20.
first dart to his last, has been magic. Takes his time. Heaver can't look. Usher can. That is a sensational performance from Graham Usher. We use the term explosive, and that's what Joe, his son, thinks about that. 96.97 average. Another 180 to boot. Excellent on his doubles as well. He just looks around and says, "What's your problem, everyone? I feel great." And the man from Scarborough, lovely numbers to look at there. And for Jason Heaver, who was averaging mid-hundreds throughout that game, he didn't do an awful lot wrong, but the 8 missed started a double. But Usher's in the final. Who joins him? It's Kelling versus Wilkinson next.
Yeah, it was Jensen Walker who became the 9th Modus Super Series champion when he won Series 10. Of course, Luke Littler winning it back-to-back Series 3 and 4. Who is going to be joining that great roll of honour? All started, of course, with Conan Whitehead beating Graham Usher in the final of Series 1. Usher is through to the final of Week 8 on Series 11. Could he perhaps be adding his name to that list if he carries on like he played in that semi-final? No reason why not. A 4-0 win against Jason Heaver to book his place in the final, and we're going to find out who he's going to face in it. Jamie Kelling and Carl Wilkinson about to go head-to-head in the second semi-final of the night.
Jamie Kelling does likewise. And he lands the knockout punch on Tom Sykes.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Modus Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's time to introduce the second set of semi-finalists. Would you please welcome to the stage, it's the Sword, Carl Wilkinson, and JK, Jamie Kelly.
Yep, Graham Usher waits in the final then. Will it be a Yorkshire derby or that man, Jamie Kelling, buoyed by the support that Glenn Durrant earlier referred to as the fourth dart in the Live Lounge tonight? And he's played really good stuff throughout the evening, hasn't he? The Andover man has won a week before. But as our other commentator, Henry Reekin, said, it was a long, long time ago. In fact, could be the longest gap between wins at Week 5 in Series 2 when the Andover Ace managed to prevail on the Live Lounge stage. And he said this week he's determined to prove that that wasn't a fluke. Certainly no sign of it being a fluke. He's been fantastic. But Carl Wilkinson's shown all that Yorkshire grit and plenty of quality as well. This could be a very, very good contest. And guiding you through it, I'm going to hand you back to Glenn and Henry.
Yeah, thank you very much, Murph. Jamie Kelling has been one of the players of the night so far.
First
two really good performances, two averages
first.
in excess of 90 to win both of his matches in Group 2. Up against Carl Wilkinson, who began the night with a bit of a shock win against Tom Sykes by 4 legs to 2. He got the 3 legs that he then needed to accrue against Graham Usher in his second match. But it has been, Glenn, a little while since we've seen Carl on the stage.
140.
Yeah, good point, Henry. Well spotted. I mean, it's 8:15 last time he played, so he's had a couple of hours and on the back of a defeat to Graham Usher.
125.
I guess he's had to watch then over the next couple of hours of play shine. One of those players being Jamie Kelling, who's been brilliant. And just to add the difficulty to Carl Wilkinson, they've played each other twice this week in a beautiful Group C campaign for the pair of them. And Kelling won both. So you'd have to say, in Wimbledon finals week,
96.
advantage Kelling.
Well, neither of these two will be hoping to get drubbed in a final like Iga Swiatek drubbed her opponent at SW19 earlier on today.
81.
6-love, 6-love. Absolute decimation. But Jamie Kelling, well, he has been an ace addition to the Super Series, as he always has been since the very first dart was thrown back in the previous studio in Southampton. He's left himself on 137 to take this opening leg out.
50.
Yeah, I fancied a big score there from Carl Wilkinson, who's probably relishing the fact that we're talking about all the other players. This would be a good one. For double 10. Everybody was looking at tops there, but Kelling, he knew exactly what he was doing there. A 1-4-1 finish in his previous game, a 1-3-7. He is looking $1 million, and Henry Deacon is nodding away like a nodding dog. He's playing superb.
immaculate,
60.
and all the other superlatives in the world. There's been 2 tub brush checkouts tonight. Both of them have come from that man there.
I'll give you a little bit of credit. You've always championed Jamie Kelling.
43.
You've always felt he had this type of game. I mean, he's been here before. We know that it just feels a little bit different at the moment.
140.
Even the fact he's now even taking the game so serious, he's now wearing a dart shirt.
Yeah, it's been the small differences. And I know he's won a week in the past, but I don't think Jamie Kelling has looked as likely as he has looked this week as he parred in his first max, averaging in excess of 103. He's gone up another level. Of that, there is absolutely no doubt.
140.
We talk about Yorkshire grit. Once again, it gets the feeling as commentators that we're focusing on our conversations on that man in your picture.
95.
While
Carly
quietly but
161.
effectively, Wilkinson's getting on with the job. He's got 6 darts at 161. May go centre of the board.
65.
Reason being, leaves a 2-darter. But Kelling has the opportunity to put the pressure on that 96.
And one thing Carl Wilkinson did so well in his game against
60.
Tom Sykes was he knew that
Carly
in terms of the scoring, he'd
96.
find himself a little bit behind the 8 ball. But he was able to pick apart opportunities like this. Opportunities where he only get the odd dart and a
72.
double, but he's unable to find
Jamie
2
McQuarrie,
12s to level this up at 1
123.
apiece.
Treble 18 would have left the bullseye.
55.
Well, Carl Wilkinson
24.
for parity. He said this is his strength. Now, it's okay during the week in a round robin, but when you've got a big crowd behind you, there's extra pressure.
Carl Wilkinson.
Pressure? What pressure, Wilkinson says?
Third leg, it's Jamie to throw.
Well, as Alan Shearer would say, pressure is for tyres. But for whom are the wheels going to fall off come the end of this particular contest?
59.
And as quick as that, it's now really good moments for Carl Wilkinson.
140.
That's the area of the game, he said, I might just be lacking compared to the other players. But when I need a double 12, when I'm 1-0 down, I'm your man.
74.
He knows where his strengths lie. He knows where his weaknesses lie. And he knows how to treat both of those imposters the same. He knows how to max out every last
100.
fibre out of his game. And he is a player, Carl, that has achieved a lot, but doesn't get the credit for what he's achieved.
Just like that now, it's Jake. It's been a night where the matches have gone from one player to the next, enthralling, engrossing at times. And now it's Kelling after that. Another maximum, another 2 in the game. What a night for 180s.
He plays like this. He's a threat in any
96.
competition that he wants to play in. And that is the big key as well for Jamie, is what he wants to play. And he's not bound by the pressure of having to go to Challenge Tour here or Challenge Tour there.
59.
He'll just play in the things that he
Jamie
enjoys. But if
McQuarrie,
he plays to this
92.
level, he'll get success where he goes. And he's looking at 92 here to open up a 2-1 lead. Has options on 72, looks at the treble 16. Can't be done now.
52.
And so Wilkinson looking at 142 for the break.
142.
The finishing's all been about Jamie Kelling. Wilkinson might need a bit of magic to win this game.
39.
That's not enough. Chance for
Jamie
JK.
McQuarrie, 40.
Double top to put himself 2-1 to the good.
Wilkinson can't look.
Good
But top of the
job,
pops for
McDermott.
JK. He leads. 2
Jamie
legs to
Kelling.
1.
Full flag, it's Cole to throw first.
And
Game on.
excitement tinged with nerves was the feeling that you got from the Kelling section of support.
Have you seen Kelling
100.
be so animated before?
Never. Never before. Even when he won his week, he let a little bit out, but it was never to the extremities of what we're seeing this evening.
97.
But I also think as well, when he won his week, he played in the final against Richie Parkin. For both players, that was the biggest games that they've ever played in their career.
96.
And I think for both players, they just knew that was the opportunity of a lifetime. Whereas I feel like now Jamie Kelling feels like he deserves to be at the sharp end of tournaments like this, where He's openly admitted himself. He felt like he had to win another week here just to go to prove the doubters that the first one wasn't a fluke.
100.
But Wilkinson doing what he needs to one throw. He's deep in concentration. He's looked the most focused this week out of all the players, hasn't he, is Wilkinson.
58.
Normally plays with a flat cap. A pint and a pie at the bar. Hey up, lad.
125.
That's Yorkshire, by the way.
Don't do accents again. Wilkinson looking at 80 to square this game up at 2 apiece. And he's got plenty of time to do exactly that. It's felt like one of those games so far where the player thrown first in the leg has had absolute control. And we are back at an even kilter. It's a best of 3 to see who faces Graham Usher in the final.
And what a beautiful camera angle to see that tops go in there.
Game on.
Smack bang in the middle. The man from Barnsley is digging deep. He's shown all
100.
that steel and determination that he promised us. I was about to say, this is a really big leg. Kelling starts with a ton.
121.
This is good. Forget the numbers. The numbers are good. But this is proper match play.
Chasing each other, visit after
96.
visit, turn after turn. Shredsville for those watching in the crowd. And if it's nervous for them, God forbid what it's like for the two that are currently up there trying to sling it out.
$98.
Just looking over the scores, just assessing the situation, just taking a little moment.
96.
6 darts from 207 for Kelling. I often say if you're wondering what a player does moments before they get on there, it's this type of 201 in 6 darts.
93.
That's an important treble. Wilkinson will be thinking the same. What he'd give for a 140 now.
Only problem Carl's got is there's just 1 or 2 odd darts now that are just slipping wide to the left into that single treble 5. Kelling looking at 114 to re-establish the lead.
Just takes his time. A couple of brilliant finishes tonight. Not going to add to the collection.
43.
And that last dart, you can see the frustration because all you're doing is then bringing Wilkinson back into this leg. 71's not a gimme. This leg ain't over, but Wilkinson could do with a treble.
61.
But not that one.
Jamie requires 71.
You said this has had the feeling of a match play game, and this is a real match play scenario. Kelling has a dart to lead 3-2, and because he's missed it, Wilkinson has an opportunity to do exactly that himself.
What do you think the chances are that he'll have a dart that tops on 82? That's a slip. It's double 12.
58. Jamie
There was oohs and ahs in anguish in that particular situation. Wilkinson's missed a dart to lead 3-2. Kelling's missed a dart to lead 3-2. But JK gets another opportunity to move one away. He's got 1 dart left. He cannot find it.
Careless from Kelling. He blinks first. Wilkinson will take the sting out the pace. He cannot believe the opportunity he's about to get.
24.
He's been solid. To go 1-1, he hit this double 12 plumb. I like what he's doing right now. How's the execution? There's the marker. Not too bad whatsoever. Wilkinson is on the cusp.
Is that the turning point in this contest? And Jamie Kelling biting his flights in the background. Perhaps left to ponder. Perhaps left to ponder what could have been. Because Carl Wilkinson now has the darts in his hand to make it through to the final and to set up an all-Yorkshire clash with Graham Usher in the finale. And for Jamie Kelling, who for part of tonight looked absolutely unplayable, now finds himself at the point of no return.
It's almost 29. Like the colour's drained out of him, Henry. I think you're spot on. And that's why you've got to grab those opportunities. Part of your brain saying, I've peaked too early. Wilkinson looks like a dream right now.
100.
Is he just beginning to look like a man where this week was just destined for him? The way he spoke about
100.
being a player going under the radar, the fact that he's seen his fellow Yorkshireman, Tom Sykes, Graham Usher, get the big billing this week, a guy that's won big titles, but yet
84.
just gets left for the small inches in the newspaper columns.
Yorkshire's not all about Sykes, he said. And I used the term he was bullish.
96.
But what else I noticed in that interview, he's had a plan all week. And it's all coming to fruition right now because he's in a wonderful... He'll go downstairs.
99.
And he leaves 80. And the way he's playing, he's already checked out on this already. 2020 tops. Kelling looks like a beaten man.
We speak about check out. 59. I think Jamie Kelling has checked out. And I think he's ready now to shake the hand of his opponent, Carl Wilkinson, who looks at 80 to set up an all Yorkshire final with Graham Usher. It's double top.
40.
He's going to come back for more.
Just the way it's been tonight. What's the chance of a 177? It's not going to happen for Kelling. It all went pear-shaped. And that's down to the strength of Carl Wilkinson.
40.
Well, Jamie Kelling looks like a man who's had the stuffing knocked out of him. Carl Wilkinson looking to land the knockout punch and finds it. Finds tops and finds himself in an all Yorkshire final against Graham Usher. He said at the beginning of this week, it's not all about Sykes, it's not all about Usher in Yorkshire. And he is hoping to be the pride of his home county this evening. It's a right rose final between Wilkinson and Usher to see who is going to join an absolutely stacked Champions Week lineup. He's beaten Jamie Kelling by 4 legs to 2. He'll play Graham Usher in the finale in a quarter of an hour's time. But before that, reaction and analysis in the studio with Glenn Durrant and Chris Murphy.
Andreas Harrison!
Harrison 105. He's gonna get a dart to win it. A double 16 and he only needs the one dart.
Game shot.
Of which he's got tops. Of which he gets.
Jonathan.
Double 16 for a 1-2-1 finish in a different group, but it's the same outcome. Andreas Harrison.
He's going to need treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison.
He is back, the former Super Series champion Andreas Harrison, and he's back as part of a stunning Group A lineup. Derek Coulson, Steve West, Keegan Brown and John Worsley, all part of it. 4 of the players in that group have won weeks at the Super Series, of course. Harrison, a former champion. Kevin Painter's going to make his return to the Modus Super Series as well in Group B. And we've got the quickfire Scott Baker in Group C. Glenn Durrance alongside me. Again, we're looking at a week saying, wow, that is a wonderful lineup.
Yeah, and very similar to this week, dare I say last week, like a heavily weighted Group A as well. I'm sort of keen to see how a few of them playing. I mean, when I think of Andreas Harrison, I think of Jimmy Van Schie, where I look at them at other competitions that they go to. I think they produce the best darts on that stage, and that'll be good for Harrison. But if he's going to qualify, he's going to have to do it the hard way, because there's some stellar names in that.
Yeah, and it seems like that every week here at the Super Series now, doesn't it? Every player is looking at, particularly Group A, and going, wow, best Group A ever.
I think I keep coming and saying this is the greatest Group A, the best Group C, and I just think that the quality's there, and now we're getting players who are they know exactly what they need to do, and still one of my favourite all-time moments, number one moments that we've just seen there was the Andreas Harrison 1-2-1 finish against Cam Crabtree to win it, and he'll just, as a player, you just want to reenact that moment again, that feeling that you get on the stage. So he'll be super excited to be here next week, but a tough group.
Before we get back to tonight, I just want to touch on 3 of the players actually that are in that week. Derek Coulson, somebody who was barely a household name outside his own household until recently, and he's really kicked on in the sort of autumn of his career.
If you'd have said to me which player stands out, I think I would have gone with Derek Coulson, because again, similar to Carl Wilkinson tonight, he's not going to be the headline act. He's difficult to play. He's tough to beat, and he can throw better. I mean, he's thrown the dart of his life right now. Whether it's here at the Modus Super Series on the senior, he's a top quality player. And I'm looking forward to seeing him play. Wouldn't surprise me one iota if he's the one lifting the trophy next week. He's a top player. Maybe
somebody who hasn't really shown his best yet here, Keegan Brown.
Yeah, and Keegan is the type of one where I've been looking at. I mean, I sat with him for a few years on the circuit. We know his history, we know his CV, his qualities. He's been back playing county darts, and I like that. He's playing with Richie Howson in Essex, and he's producing some good numbers. Can he sustain it in a Group A campaign for the week? Could it be great for him moving forward by getting some serious amount of match practice? I'm really not sure where the Keegan Brown game is.
And finally, someone who was actually here in the audience last week and a prolific winner, Steve West.
Yeah, I asked him, when are you back on? And he said, I'm back on in a couple of weeks' time. Again, so tough. As a player, very difficult to play against. He knows how to win it. One of the most successful players to ever play on that stage. You could say it about everyone. We haven't even talked about the Kevin Painters. We haven't talked about the other players in there. There's a match, Kevin Edwards against Kevin Painter. 2 old Essex players together. I'll be watching that one.
Yeah, it certainly will be fun. The action gets underway from 9:30 on Monday morning. The return of Andreas Harrison in a really star-studded Group A. But let's get Week 8 finished first. And the semi-finals have been completed. The final is now set. It's going to be that Yorkshire derby. We thought it might be a Yorkshire derby of some kind, but it's Graham Usher and Carl Wilkinson who are going to go head-to-head. We will start with Graham Usher, who was absolutely brilliant, wasn't he? As was Jason Heaver. The 0 scoreline won't tell you that, but Usher was magical in that game.
Jason Heaver, after 3 and a bit legs, was averaging 108. and only had 2 darts at a double. This man was magic. He really was. I mean, it doesn't surprise me. I know what he can do. I know how good he is, how good he's been. I know he's desperate to win this. I just think part of what he needed was them 4 or 5 people who've travelled down, because in the back of your mind, when you're on that stage and you're thinking, they've travelled 5 or 6 hours. I had something similar at the lakeside, and it spurred me on. And I'm just wondering if they're a little bit of different, just what they needed as well. And he's been wonderful now, but fair play to Jason Heaver as well. I hope to see him back soon.
It's a great kind of vindication of the position of the Modus Super Series now in the darts ecosystem, isn't it? Because you think of Graham Usher, 3 years ago, he gets to the final of Series 1. Then he goes and gets a tour card, plays in the PDC for 2 years, but here he is back and hoping to finally get his hands on the big prize here.
Danny Jansen, the same. I could reel loads of names. It's the respect for Modus Super Series around the country is... I don't even know if you realise that, Chris, because, I went to a Modus qualifier in the Northeast last week. Every player was there. Everybody wants to be here. And so when you get those opportunities, and Graham Usher lost his tour card, and the interview, the narrative was about there's opportunities at it's still in the amateur game, and right number 1 was the Modus Super Series. Bradley Brooks this week, I watched his interview when he won his Pro Tour. I took a step backwards, and I want to say thank you to the Modus Super Series. And so when you get into semi-finals and finals, see the reaction from Carl Wilkinson at the end there? I mean, that's what it means to these players. And I think Usher is prioritising exactly here, and the firepower's been exceptional.
Yeah, well, let's talk about that second semi. You mentioned the reaction from Carl Wilkinson. Jamie Kelling was really up for it as well. We got a real darting dust up there, didn't we?
Kelling looked marvellous. And sometimes at the Modus Super Series, you can peak at a certain time. And his finishing's been great. The 137, the old-fashioned route, the 137. I think we all expected tops, and that was on the back of a 141 finish. But it all went a little bit pear-shaped at 2-2. He had 4 darts to lead the match, 3-2 Kelling. And the way he was playing, I think he would have probably served that one out there. Wilkinson was just in the background. I liked the way his pre-throw routine was. He just took a sip of water, he used that experience, that knowledge. He's a proven winner himself. But what stood out there is, Wilkinson hasn't given an awful lot away this week, but he punched the air and he was delighted. And he's got a job now to go back and, replicate what he's doing. I didn't doubt this tops was going to go in the last one. And there we go, right in the middle. Watch the rear, look at that. He doesn't do that. He does not do that. But a big job for Wilkinson now, because we've talked a lot about the fact that he's probably going to get 20 minutes before he prepares for the final. Usher's had a little bit of a period of that extra time. White power, White Rose power. So he's a proud Yorkshireman, proud captain. Delighted to see him in the final.
And really showed that will to win, hasn't he? You mentioned it right at the start of the show. He was quite vocal about we should be talking about him a little bit more, certainly in terms of the landscape of darts in Yorkshire.
But you should be using that as a motivation because you can't help but, talk about Tom Sykes. He's an incredible player. Of course, we're going to talk about Graham Usher because he produces the goods. He's an unbelievable player. Carl Wilkinson hadn't qualified for a Saturday night, so I think he had to accept that, use that as motivation. I think he's done that. He's been a credit to himself.
Well, the final look will be game 104 of this week, but it takes 12 players and all of those matches to make a week here at the Super Series. And Glenn, we've had some fabulous moments this week. It all started on Monday, didn't it, when Danny Jansen delivered that perfect leg.
Yes, it was a great moment. It hasn't been Danny's night tonight, and I think he stayed in the audience. He's probably watching this 9 dart. It must be thrilling to do that. And as I said earlier, it's round about now the excitement kicks in. I mean, the match was first and foremost. It's at a 1 each. That's the hardest dart. That transition down there, now it's instinct, but watch the reaction. One of my favourite moments of this week. Shame there wasn't a crowd on Monday morning.
Absolutely, yeah. We've not opened the doors that early yet. I'm not sure we'd have much take-up, but they would have witnessed a 9 dart or a Saturday night crowd. Haven't seen that yet. Any potential in this final?
The way that maybe not from Wilkinson, and that's without being disrespectful. I think his game's just a little bit different there. There's you're just proud dad watching the 9 darter going. Marco's he's been a brilliant character tonight.
Oh look, and there's Marvin van Velzen as well. He's just disappeared for a moment. It's not really him, but yeah.
Good old Rohan as well. It's great to see some of the players. Carl Coleman's had more more camera action tonight than he did when he played in Group B as well. So yeah, it's been a brilliant week.
Yeah, it certainly has. 1 point earlier this week, Jamie Kelling, he actually thought he qualified before he had qualified. He needed 2 legs. Evidently, when you see his reaction here, he thought he only needed 1 in this match.
Yeah, my favourite reaction though, that's when he thought that he'd done enough. My favourite reaction was actually my co-commentator that day, Henry Deacon, because he was really then beginning to panic that if he goes on to lose it 4-1, in a sense that when you think you've done enough, it's almost like that adrenaline comes out of you, and if you'd have lost the game 4-1, then the realisation kicking in. But that's been another story this week. You know, so many players know exactly what they need to do. We heard Danny Jansen saying, I want to do this, I need to do this. The players are beginning to totally understand the format and what they need to do.
Yeah, well, you say players know exactly what they need to do, but I'm not sure that applies when it comes to Jason Heaver. The next clip we're going to show you is a quite remarkable thing here, where he's on 60. You can see clearly the dart is outside of tops. Maybe he could be forgiven thinking it was in, but how on earth has he ended up thinking he's got double 10 left?
Yes, he made a bit of a spectacle of himself there, didn't he? But it was a funny moment because he comes across as someone who doesn't give much away. To see the smile on his face at the background, that realisation of worried. And I think Carl obviously has a little smile at each other. The camaraderie between the players has been great. It was a great touch in the end, and this week's been good for.
Yeah, and you can see all of the people on stage, including the referee Owen Binks, having a little bit of a chuckle. But there was a bit of a serious moment when Paul Hogan questioned Owen Binks's judgment and authority on the stage. Now, he's trying to bust his score here, so he's gone in the 15. He doesn't want to leave 5. He's busted his score, but he hasn't thrown that dart over arm. Owen Binks has disallowed it, so you'll note that the score is left on 5 rather than busting. And Paul Hogan wasn't having it. Owen Binks there is having to explain how he thought it was thrown. After the match, Hogan is still trying to say, no, I threw it over arm, but I think we all could see that Owen Binks was correct, and that rule was correctly enforced, Glenn.
I think he tried to blame us as well, because it goes to his ear in a second. If you're watching me there, look, they're telling me in my ear, Glenn Durrant's fault. But no, it was a good moment. We often say Owen Binks is one of the elite best referees, and no one doubted him. I think Paul Hogan just had a nightmare of a night last night, and I think that just added salt to the wounds in the end. But yeah, that the rule is, you know, he went underarm to throw the dart like that, and correctly refused the dart by Owen Binks.
Right, we are back then now to the final for this evening, the serious business, and it is going to be a match between Graham Usher and Carl Wilkinson. All the darts will be thrown over arm, I assure you of that, in the decider. But I mean, it's an interesting clash, isn't it? Because you've got the sort of style, the free-flowing nature of Graham Usher, and then that real sort of Barnsley Tyke-like tenacity of Carl Wilkinson.
And styles make fights, you know, they really do. And Graham Usher will love playing Jason Heaver because they're as quick as each other. You're at the hockey super quick. And what Carl's done really well is he's box clever. You know, he's been up there, and if he needs to not slow the game down, not because he's not that type of player, but he'll dictate the pace. He'll take a sip of a drink when he needs to. He's a tough match player, and, you know, Graham will have to deal with that.
And the group stage game, does that have any bearing at all? Because it's a match in a weird way that they both won, because Wilkinson needed 3 legs and Usher won the match. It's quite a strange sort of scenario.
I think it feels like a whole different dynamic now. With a final, I think you can put, you know, we often talk about head-to-heads and statistics and whatever. When you get to a Modus Super Series weekly final, I think all that's out there. It's probably not even on the mind of Carl Wilkinson. He's done the job of qualification. He'll just want to get up there. And what's been a very good week turned into a brilliant week.
Well, like Owen Binks, I'm going to give away the secrets of the trade now, because I've just been told in my ear that Graham Usher has won the bullseye. I mean, that could be the difference, couldn't it?
It could. It really could. You know, in the best of 7, you want to win the bullseye, and it's just you get off. But you know, Phil Taylor would often throw the job for Carl Wilkinson. He's got to break him to win. Do it in the first leg.
You mentioned about Jamie Kelling's support. Danny Jansen had family with him. Tom Sykes, plenty of support here as well. Before the night started, people at home won't know this, but on the stage when all the players were announced, nobody actually said they were here to cheer for Carl Wilkinson. That's interesting, because everybody else has got supporters with them, yet he could be the one lifting the trophy at the end of the night.
Yeah, I mean, he's done it all on his own, hasn't he? I mean, sometimes one voice is great, so there might be someone who's a Carl Wilkinson fan and might be just there to do, but he's done it, he's used his own mentality. I said he's been in a zone that none of the other players have been. He's been incredibly focused and just blanking the crowd out, but had a bit of fun with him. He was pointing to the Yorkshire badge, as we saw there, and I think that goes. I think the crowd's been magnificent again.
How do you see this final playing out?
4-2 Usher. I said Usher before the first start. I said Usher was the value of 5-1 tonight. I think Wilkinson will cause problems, but I just think he's got that firepower, and the difference could be them 4 or 5 people that have travelled from Scarborough.
There we go. Glenn Durrant has spoken, and he'll speak some more with Henry Deacon when the final gets underway. The players are getting ready to walk onto the stage for the big one. £5,000 on offer, and the Super Series trophy, and of course a place at Champions Week. Tonight's final coming up at the other side of this.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Takes his time. Heaver can't look. Usher can. That is a sensational performance from Graham Usher.
Carl Wilkinson looking to land the knockout punch and finds it. Finds tops.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Modus Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's time to meet the finalists. Would you firstly please welcome to the stage, here's a former World Seniors finalist. It's the gambler, Graham Usher. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to introduce his opponent. He's the current WDF British Open champion, the Sword, Carl Wilkinson.
I am number one, not number two. If I'm not the one, I'm uncomfortable. See the competition I've been running through. Leveled up, I only see him in my rear view. Switch. Yeah, I'm balling.
A final played in Portsmouth but made in Yorkshire, about to take place on the live lounge stage, and a place at Champions Week awaits the winner of this bout between Scarborough's Graham Usher and Barnsley's Carl Wilkinson. The pair of them going head-to-head to be the pride of the White Rose County, but more importantly to pocket £5,000 and pick up the trophy. We've had the sizzling starters of the group stages, the meaty mains of the semi-finals, and as they say in Yorkshire, well, now it's time for pudding. Who will be leaving with the showstopper tonight? Yep. All of them have come down to watch, well, that particular group, Graham Usher. But good support for both players. Everybody loving the darts at the live lounge. Owen Binks, the referee, will be officiating the final. And Glenn Durrant from, well, a place in Middlesbrough that is pretty much Yorkshire. And someone who's at home here in Portsmouth, Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. The White Yorkshire Rose is flying high tonight, but who is going to be hoisting the trophy aloft in around about 10 minutes' time? Is it going to be Scarborough's Graham Usher or Barnsley's Carl Wilkinson that's going to join a Champions Week that is already stacked with big names? Graham Usher's been there before. Graham Usher's been to the championship game before. For Carl Wilkinson, the whole hustle and bustle of Saturday night was uncharted territory as it is, but he's made it all the way through to the final match, and a man who's picked up titles in the Isle of Man Open, the British Open, is now a game away from adding the Super Series to what is a very impressive resume.
Scarborough v Barnsley, Coastal Calm versus South Yorkshire Steel. And if it's anything to do with the walk-ons there, I felt it was advantage Wilkinson, because for the first time this week, it looked pretty nervous, Graham Usher. Or is it focus?
Is it calm before the storm? Well, that's Graham's family watching on. Honest darts, he says. And in terms of Graham Usher's night, well, he's been more than honest. He's been absolutely spectacular. Averages of 98, 101 and 96 en route to his 3 victories. But Carl Wilkinson has proven to be a very tough man to dislodge. And he has set his stall out early, looking at 142 for an opening leg break.
Almost the perfect 15 darter for Usher. 4 scores of a ton, 101 left, but he will need it because Carl Wilkinson, I don't think I've ever seen him look so good.
101.
Usher's got the grace, but he ain't going to finish either. Gritty
54.
Barnsley Wilkinson
52.
has looked excellent.
Don't be surprised if we're going to get plenty of these scenarios in this game where it's going to be a little bit nip and tuck at times, as Wilkinson looks at double 16 and now double 8.
36.
Opportunity spurned, and so Usher returns to 47.
47.
I said he looked nervous this would settle.
Game show.
What a dart that is. You can see, you can visually see, Henry, that this means a lot. And is it because of them? Does he want to do it for them?
Well, his son Joe just telling him to calm down, not to get overawed by things.
Well, that's what I'm seeing also. So maybe Joe knows him better than anyone. This is the free-flowing, attacking player in Graham Usher. At times, just maybe looks too relaxed up there.
125.
Boy, he looks good.
Well, sometimes there's a saying in sport, better the devil you know than the devil you don't. I just wonder in the case of Graham Usher, he'd be better off playing somebody he knew next to nothing about as opposed to a man that he would have probably played week in, week out over the years.
Wilkinson's been impressive this week. I think he's loving every second of this. Yes, we know you got a 9. Me.
Coming from Glenn Durrant.
95.
I don't know how you dare. What a wonderful week of darts. Coming to this
100.
climax, this Yorkshire final. They're enthralled.
Well, they were hoping for a different outcome in terms of the two players in the final. That middle row there, the Tom Sykes clan. Well, nice to see that Tom Sykes has still got his sense of humour amidst everything that has happened to him this evening.
I think it's great that the players have stayed. He will stay there.
100.
Just the most beautiful last start. What I'd say to us is this has to go. It's not going to go, and Wilkinson has a chance.
102.
Are we going level?
But it means 2 darts, Carl Wilkinson, to win the opening leg. He's going to get a couple more to level this match up at 1 apiece. And if he doesn't take it, then Usher's back for 2-0. 1 left at 8-8. It was this kind of combination that let him down in leg 1. And Usher is back for 2-zip.
Opportunity knocks. And so reminiscent of the first leg. He used that first leg as a guide, right on the wire. And just caresses it into the tops. He's feeling it. But at the same time, the man from Scarborough leads by 2-0.
To quote his walk-on song, Graham Usher is halfway there and Carl Wilkinson is probably beginning to live on a prayer.
85.
Graham made the final of the World Seniors Championship this year. The beginning of a 2025, which I suppose has been somewhat of a resurgent year for him after losing his tour card at the back end of 2024.
140.
It does feel like he's very much at home at this level, that he's a player we know can be competitive on the Pro Tour. But you just bring him back down to this level. He can win a lot of tournaments, win a lot of things, and we're beginning to see the evidence of that.
100.
Well, we're seeing the evidence right now of Usher really taking this match to where he wants it to be. And Wilkinson decided not to start in the 18s on 305. So at least 6 darts and 176. These are really good moments for Usher.
60.
You're getting the sense that possibly this final could be close to being over before it's even begun.
Wilkinson will say, that's what you've been saying about me all week. That's what you've been saying.
121.
Ooh, I think you fancied the max there.
116.
So Usher.
116 to bring it himself to within 1 of winning this final.
60. Carly require 87.
It's 87 for Wilkinson for the break back, and you get the sense he needs it. Opportunities are becoming sparse for him.
63.
Clutch double 12 not found, and Usher is back to move within 1.
5 darts at a double for Carl Wilkinson. You can't do that against Graham Usher. 49 points left. Big number missed. You can sense the tension. Big dart. Match point. 3-0 lead. Graham Usher burns the first dart, but Usher is on the cusp for a fabulous weekly win.
Game on.
Staring at his family at the back of the auditorium, he knows he's won away. They begin to smile, they begin to breathe a little bit easier.
60.
But if anybody's going to feel it right here, right now, it is going to be Graham. It's going to be this scenario. It's been a couple of years since the last time he's won a week here.
51.
It was Series 2, Week 6, his last success in this building. He was unable to play at that particular Champions Week because he went on to get his tour card.
136.
Whoever wins this, they add to a wonderful list for Champions Week. Remember, they played for £5,000 in this game.
Wins one more leg. He has a hat-trick of Super Series titles, Graham Usher. He puts himself alongside some of the very greats to have ever set foot in this building.
100.
He joined the likes of Matt Clark, Darryl Pilgrim, Tom Sykes, Reece Robinson, having won 3 weekly titles here.
165.
Are we writing Carl Wilkinson off just a little too early? Because he's on a potential 13 darter. You feel he has to be immaculate from here.
40.
Time on his side as he looks at double top.
And
He's been
Sean
solid as a
McCall
rock.
there.
He has
Go
missed
Wilkinson.
opportunities in this game, which will frustrate. But he's back in this match.
Fifth
But
leg,
you're
it's Graham to
patient,
go
you don't
first.
sense any
Okay.
panic. And a little look over the left shoulder there, just to look at the family to say, I'm okay.
Well, the last leg, I suppose, to a certain extent,
60.
was a bit of a free hit. It was on the Carl Wilkinson throw. But this is the one where he has the darts. And if Wilkinson picks apart this one, suddenly this final gets interesting because Wilkinson had the darts again at 3-2.
140.
Holds again. We're going all the way to a last leg decider. That is how quickly these types of races can just
60.
switch in terms of momentum.
I think it's switching. Because Wilkinson has effectively stolen the darts in this leg. But how many times have we talked about
96.
that flip-flop? It'd be no surprise if Usher bangs a 180.
Well, we've been saying all night long how Graham Usher has
100.
been playing elite level darts. 98, 101, 96 is averages. Right now, he's just about scraping an 80 average in this game.
98.
Wow.
And interestingly enough, actually, Carl Wilkinson's averaging 97 and change.
Yeah, hence the wow.
45.
Wilkinson statistically
167.
outplaying Usher. Little shakes of the head, all those little things Wilkinson will pick up. Look at the eyes. Look at the
97.
determination. Does he fancy it?
You get the sense that this might be a big visit for Graham Usher. If he bangs in a max here, suddenly it all changes again. Even if he finds a 140, it could all change here.
Carly McGuire.
You feel
70.
only a ton.
I think we could be going the distance, you know. It's been one of those weeks. Double 16. Wilkinson goes one behind Graham Usher.
Wilkinson.
At 3-0 Usher, it was looking game, set and match.
Sixth flag, it's Cole to throw first.
But if Wilkinson can hold his throw
Game
here,
on.
we're down to juice.
Did you see the back of the auditorium there where Graham's family were? At 3-0 up, they're all smiles, and now suddenly they're feeling the heat a little
60.
bit. And is Graham Usher beginning to feel the heat a little bit?
There they are in your picture. He's often had the answers, those Usher. Remember, there was a
81.
match tonight where he played Sykes. Look at the guns. There was a match where he played Sykes where he had to break Sykes for qualification. This leg has a sense of that.
85.
Well, I suppose it was always going to be a final as to who could show that Yorkshire grit.
60.
And Carl Wilkinson's going to have to try and exercise that the best he possibly can from this point onwards. But he's been given opportunities because there has been a real sudden drop-off in the levels of Graham Usher. And
136.
Wilkinson is improving. And this game could be very quickly back level at 3 apiece. No quicker than Usher went 3-0 up.
137.
What are we witnessing here, Henry? An unbelievable turnaround. He doesn't know what's going on. And that man in your picture is doing everything he needs to.
60.
He's been averaging over 95 to 100 throughout this game.
Well, let's be honest. We were writing
100.
Carl Wilkinson's obit
Carly
in this
McGuire,
game.
160.
Do you fancy this, H?
Well, Wilkinson's not going to find the 160, but Graham Usher now
60.
is
Graham McGuire,
at match point,
123.
championship point, week winning point.
Well, this week's been easy as 1, 2, 3 for him. He's had a bit of a wobble in this game, but it's bullseye.
98.
Width of the wire.
Carly McGuire, 100.
He's had a dart to win this final. Carl Wilkinson has had a stay of execution, but the single one means that he's not going to get a dart to take us all the way. And so Graham Usher will get 2 more
40.
for a hat-trick of titles at the
Graham
Super Series.
McGuire, 25.
Big number. Double 4. And it's Scarborough supremacy here at the Modus Super Series. And that's how much it means to Graham Usher.
Series champion, Graham Usher!
There was a point at 3-0 up where we were beginning to write the conclusion for Graham Usher there. He looked a little bit tentative. He looked a little bit nervous in that game. And Carl Wilkinson pulled it back to 3-2. He was looking good to take it all the way. But that's what it means. The smiles are back now. An incredible win for Graham Usher. He adds Graham Usher is the Week 8 champion, and he becomes a wonderful addition to Champions Week.
Carl Wilkinson was averaging over 90 throughout that game. He played his part. The Yorkshire captain will be disappointed, but it's Graham Usher that takes the title.
Yeah, there we see the numbers as well. Look at that, 12 points more in the average from Carl Wilkinson, but Graham Usher was flying out of the traps, wasn't he, in that final. Fantastic performance from the Scarborough man. Remember, he was a finalist in the first ever series, and he's back through to Champions Week. 10 series later on. He'll be celebrating with the family. They've travelled down the long journey from Scarborough today, and they have seen him win a 4-2 success in an all-Yorkshire final, and it is time for him to get the trophy. But first, he's on stage talking to Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. Graham, many, many congratulations. I get the sense this is a bit of an emotional one tonight. The family here, a big win, and back in the winners' enclosure here.
Definitely. I mean, the family travelled down this morning, and obviously Carl, he's like family to me. But it's been tough. I mean, to have that group with Tom and with Carl, we're all good Yorkshire mates. It was tough all the way through. So.
Was it one of those where it could inspire a little bit, though? The fact that you've got people that you know very well, that Yorkshire connection, could that have just been a little bit of an inspiration? Because I suppose you knew right from the get-go you had to be right at it.
Yeah, I don't know. There was all the group, both groups. It's like, you know, Jamie and the rest. It was just it didn't matter which group you were in. It was going to be tough. So it was just head down and try really, and I got away with it. So happy days. But I'm really pleased I won, just for everyone coming down.
Tell you what, though, you put them through the mill in that final, didn't you?
Yeah, I like to put them through the mill, and then you meet great people like.
Do you know his name?
What's it? Like Danny and Yanni. You know, with Johan, we've shared the house together and stuff like that. So it's been amazing. But you just need to do your washing up when you get back. All right, son.
When 3-0 then very suddenly gets clawed back, was there perhaps a little bit of an element of panic in there?
No, not a little bit, a lot. A lot of panic. You try to hold yourself together and just play as you play, but it's so hard. And when you're playing good friends like Carl, you know, it's tough. You know, Henry, it's hard work, but it's good to be back after all these times.
Third weekly win. You're the first player to win 2 weekly titles in the Super Series format. You've now got a third. You add your name to the list, and I think it's the biggest gap between titles we've ever had here. A couple of years, obviously, you had your time on tour. I know probably that didn't quite go to plan because obviously you dropped off at the end of last year. But it feels like this year, coming back to this level, you're rediscovering that touch again. You're finding that winning feeling again.
Yeah, like I said to you before in the interview, you know, I feel like I'm back playing proper darts. I'm scoring well. It might be short in the final because it was a bit nervy, but I just feel like I want to play darts again, and that's down to my son, Joe, down there. So, yeah, happy days.
To Champions Week. you know where I'm going with this, don't you? You came close in the first one. Little bit of retribution to be had with that?
Without a doubt. I'll be back, and I'll be back to win it.
Well, I've just heard at the back of the auditorium, you're here to win it this time.
Definitely, without a doubt. No stopping.
Well, we did this a couple of times. Actually, when we first did this, we didn't have any of the old presentation, did we? We just shook your hand and then just said, just shook your hand and said, right, see you later. But do you know what? This time you got a medal around your neck, you got a trophy to lift, and this is your moment for the third time.
And you never even bought me a pint.
I'll see you later. Right, ladies and gentlemen, he's a 3-time weekly winner, the gambler, Graham Usher!
Glenn Durrance alongside me in the studio. Graham Usher really enjoying the moment. As he just said, when this all started. It's evolved a lot since Graham Usher was last here. Didn't even get a pint off Henry Deacon, didn't have a trophy or a medal. He's going to revel in the moment now, and so should they, because they've come a long way to support him this evening.
Yeah, I know he feels about not getting a pint off Henry Deacon first of all, but I honestly genuinely feel that 5 or 6 people that have travelled down from Scarborough have played a major difference there. He did look nervous as he done the walk on there. He's such a free-flowing character there. And that's a great touch there from Tom Sykes. The fact he stayed tonight as well is pretty incredible, but he's a super player. Yeah, rightly so. Great winner. But just a quick word for Carl Wilkinson as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Good grit shown from him. Graham Usher, the gambler, he's, I think, going to go and see his family now. A fantastic moment. A good hug there for players that have been involved in this week, including your friend who'll be driving home with you, Glenn, Carl Coleman, the Marvin van Velzen lookalike as well, and Danny Jansen and his mullet army, Dad Marco behind it. There's been a great camaraderie, and you saw him embracing Tom Sykes just a moment ago. We said there was something special about that group of Yorkshire players tonight, and it did seem to bring out the best in certainly Carl and Graham.
Yeah, it certainly did, and it's a beautiful feeling right now, by the way, and it's almost like you forget these memories later on. And I would say to Graham, because he looks so proud, and I think Joe, his son, had tears in his eyes there. It's the, you know, when you've won a tournament and everyone wants to shake your hand, it's absolutely fantastic. But it was labelled a Yorkshire night. I mean, it was a surprise that Tom Sykes went out in the group stage, but a great play was going to be. And Carl Wilkinson, he used that Yorkshire power as well. It was a wonderful night of darts. Loved it.
I think they're just having a few photographs on the stage behind us there, and it just shows what it means, doesn't it? Not just to the player themselves, but the friends and family and the county of Yorkshire. Come on, up the Yorkshire. Oh, Glenn's not commenting on that one.
Yeah, they keep saying that Middlesbrough's Yorkshire, but I'm not having it. So
we didn't want Middlesbrough, Glenn.
Yeah, I could hear the Seasiders, that's just a beautiful. That's the photo of the week. That's for sure. Imagine how proud he is right now, stood there. They played their part, but it was him that done the damage on the board.
And absolutely interesting as well to hear what you said about having got to that final right back in Series 1, lost to Conan Whitehead on that occasion, and it's been in the back of his mind all this time. Now he's got the chance to go and put it right.
Yeah, I was surprised at that. I mean, of course, he's going to be disappointed, but the fact it's niggling there, and genuinely, I think I said this time last week, Jimmy Van Ski now becomes a serious player. Usher just adds to that as well. It's going to be a wonderful Champions Week. There's a real blend of magnificent players there, and imagine that group there.
Well, yeah, I think we can show you actually the players that are going to be in Champions Week. All the weekly winners from Series 11. Graham Usher winning week 8. Jimmy Van Ski winning week 7, as you just mentioned. But you look at all the other names on the list, they've all got pedigree, and pretty much all of them have won significant titles.
Young up-and-coming players with real belief that they're going to get, players who've been there, done it and got the T-shirt. You know, we've got players from Canada and Holland, and Adam Gavlas is just there. It's great to see him go through a difficult period. There's just a beautiful blend there, and 4 terrific weeks to come as well. Wow.
Yeah, there will have been another player qualified for Group A as well. We'll reveal who that is on Monday. If you're wondering, it's done by the averages of each of the weekly winners. So the top 6 go in Group A, the next 3 players go into Group B, and then the final 3 go into Group C on Champions Week. Looking at you said that the last 2 weekly winners may be amongst the favourites, but looking at that list, is there anyone that you're thinking at this stage should be the one to beat?
I think we should be looking at Shane McGurk as well. I mean, he averaged over 92, 93 for the week as well. WDF World Champion. Jeff Smith. I could read. That's great for Andy Hamilton as well. Every single one of them there. But it's like I say, it's a real great mixture. It's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, winning a week in itself is hard enough, isn't it? Graham has done that tonight, and yeah, there were a few little nerves, but I think the moment here that might have settled them was actually the shot before this, when Carl Wilkinson at the big one going for the 100, he's sort of waving the white flag there a little bit. That's kind of potentially what happened in that moment, and it shows that the nice guy that Graham is, he kind of looks a bit sorry for Carl Wilkinson, doesn't he there?
Yeah, I don't believe in that. I think that's just a trait that dart players do. You're thinking to yourself, there was sometimes we get obsessed with statistics, Chris, and there was a moment going into that 4th leg where that man in your picture, the winner, was averaging 79 compared to Carl Wilkinson's 97. There was an element of disappointment there from Wilkinson because for them, for a big part of that game, he was the better player. What might have been for him, but he's reached the final now. He'll be back, Carl Wilkinson. Now he's the one who knows how to go, and he'll want to go one step further. I think great credit to him.
And did that rival that does a shuffle for you?
I don't think no one's got anywhere near. If they want to do a dance-off, I've got plenty of energy at the moment.
Look, great to see. We mentioned the camaraderie between those three Yorkshire players, but Danny Jansen stayed and watched as well. He was hugging Graham at the end there. Tom Sykes stayed in the audience as well. There is something unique about this place, isn't there, that the players are in, often sharing accommodation together, and then they're in that practice room so much over the course of a week, and it does become quite friendly. It must be difficult once they step onto that stage to switch that to fierce rivalry sometimes.
You'll usually get the same answer. The camaraderie is great, and Danny Jansen, that's his name, it's great to see all that. I mean, I often chat with him, and afterwards, who was the big character in there. But one thing it's great. They're great pictures. Danny Jansen, Rohan stayed here as well. Rohan Browers, Carl Coleman's absolutely loved his, and I'm not dreading taking him home. It's for 6 hours. There could be a few stops there, but just brilliant experience down here at the Live Lounge as well. And top players, they'll want that feeling that Graham Usher's got right now.
Will this mean more to Graham Usher than those 2 previous wins he had? Because it has got harder to win a week here, hasn't it?
I think it will. I think it's just getting bigger and better. The Modus Super Season, you want to be on that roll of honour, and he's good enough to be on there. So maybe it will, and maybe he'll use that motivation of Series 1 to get him over the line, in this series as well. But right at this moment, if you could bottle the feeling he's got right now, it's the best feeling in the world. $5,000 as well, which is just brilliant for him. Great story.
And let's just remind you how he did it then in terms of the results. In the group stages, Graham Usher actually went to last leg decided in both of his matches, but none of that when it got to the business end. Semi-final there, 4-0 win over Jason Heaver, and he was 3-0 up against Carl Wilkinson in the final before winning that one 4-2 as well. Just a quick word on Jason Heaver and Jamie Kelling, the losing semi-finalists. Kelling in particular, he looked really good tonight. Jason Heaver carried on doing what he has been doing. It's 2 appearances, 2 semi-finals. They go with a lot of pride, don't they?
Yeah, I think for Kelling, he just maybe peaked. He'll look back at that semi-final at 2-2 and had 4 darts to lead the match 3-2 because he was looking like someone who really could take Graham Usher on at that point. For Jason Heaver, he's had a great week. He's quirky, he's different, his finishing, but there's so many things you can say about him, but I think he's had a great night. A big smile on his face as he's left the building tonight. He'll be back. It's been a high quality night, a staggering amount of 180s all week and tonight, and Heaver played his part. And
Graham Usher, he's proved you right, hasn't he, Glenn? You've been kind of, what should we say, waxing lyrical, that's your phrase, isn't it, about him all the time?
Yeah, I have. And a 5-1 tonight, I thought that was a terrific fight. I thought you'd actually go into joint favourites with Tom Sykes as well. And alongside Jimmy Vansky, I've been very lucky to be here for 2 extraordinary weeks. Crowd again, just a special mention to them. Another full house. Please come down and sample this unbelievable atmosphere at the Live Lounge. And they were so respectful, just a brilliant atmosphere tonight and a deserved winner.
And it's been brilliant to have you with us as well, Glenn. Thank you very much for your input. Appreciated as always. Plenty coming up, though, here on the Modus Super Series YouTube Modus Super Series channel on Pluto TV. There's loads on the YouTube channel as well. You can watch lots of this content. But right, coming up next, it is the Champions Week Bullseye Challenge featuring the likes of Mervyn King, Shane McGurk and Devon Peterson. That is a splendid picture of Glenn Durrant there.
What on earth
a
is
trip
that?
down memory lane with Paul Nicholson. Life after darts. He's going to go back with that image in his head as he goes back up to Middlesbrough. Join us again on Monday morning, 9:30 a.m. Andreas Harrison is back in action as week 9 gets underway, and finals night, same time, same place, 7:30 next Saturday. It's been another fantastic week, but in the end, the gambler, Graham Usher, took the jackpot. Bye for now.
And he lands the knockout punch on Tom Sykes. He's unable to do so, and so Heaver back for the match, back for double 8, and gets double 8.
But Usher says, burn, baby, burn. A wonderful win for Graham Usher. He gets there in the end.
Well, is that the parting shots? Because Graham Usher finds Thompson. What a burn towards the line.
He looks good. He looks great. For the finish of the night, Jamie Kelling is on fire.
Down to 2. Jamie Kelling does like quiet. Now she's only going to dart at the bullseye to hold full, but he only needed said dart at the ball.
Takes his time, Heaver can't look. Usher can. That is a sensational performance of Graham Usher. This would be a good one. For double 10. Everybody was looking at tops there, but Kelling.
Carl Wilkinson looking to land the knockout punch and finds it. Finds tops.
Match point. 3-0 lead, Graham Usher. Big number. Double 4. And it's Scarborough supremacy.
The gambler, Graham Usher!
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is amazing.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout
Andreas Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen! And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen! And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison! And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your